Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Airy Sky Rita Lee's video blog. I'm Airy Sky, also known as Krabby McCoffee or San Juan Island Prepper. So, as you can see this morning, I'm wearing my robe. I'm not wearing my husband's tribe shirt or whatever. I haven't had a bath, so, for some of you out there, but if you're new to the channel, give a thumbs up, subscribe, and like. And if you're a comer backer, welcome. So today we got a video suggestion from our own moderator, Kane. Kane says in the comments, it's better than Tildor and his lies about free gift cards. Okay, he actually said something that was really nice. He said, "Hey, I thought I'd leave a comment." My moderator, Kane. I heard for beginner preppers you should start with 2 weeks of goods. Well, yeah, I would say start with 1 week, but you should have 2 weeks of goods of all time in case of natural disasters. Mostly, but most things are 2 weeks minimum, and then hope like heck the FEMA helps. I would go and start with um, going in, right? Now, a lot of people, what you do for the beginning prepper is you can go to the store, right? Say you like spam, okay? Say you love spam, okay, and you get your bacon spam, and you stockpile me, I just buy it in the bulk, okay? So say I go into the store, right, and I want my spam, okay? So I'll buy 12 cans at a time. So I'll buy like 3 cases, right? There's my spam for a whole month, right? And then I'll look over the other information. But to build up a prepping supply that you can be really proud of is you got two main ingredients. As long as you have your roof, you're fine. The main two ingredients you need is food and water. And now in a prepping situation, you got two things. Your first set of mindset for prepping is, do you have the cooking tools to cook? Now you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, I'm watching this channel. She's drinking coffee. Amazing." No, what I mean is, let me rephrase that. All right, so if you live in your own house, you're fine. If you are a wealthy person like my family in another state who loves me dearly, um, they have a trailer. So all they have to do is go in their trailer, close the door, and they got cooking suggestions. They don't even need to have a camping stove, right? But as a prepper, see, I have to throw that in there, but the wealthiness makes them feel good once in a while. Yeah, actually, now I do want to make one joke today about wealthy people. They have a short attention span. Yeah, wealthy people only have a short attention span. The secret to that is, jokingly, of course, is because they're always thinking of making money and spending money, and they zone out of everything. So like they could spend like $10,000 on a present, which 10,000 or $1, it's a gift to me. It means more to me just to hear from family, anyways. For example, if they have this problem where they forget to send Christmas cards, Valentine's card, birthday cards, etc. So they always have these packages stacked up for days or years on end before they finally get around to sending it. It's kind of funny, but we're not here to poke fun at family. Actually we are for once. Sunday edition. Okay, so for you preppers out there, you got to basically look at the rental thing. Okay, I thought I'd throw a little humor in the rental versus owning. Okay, so if you own a camp stove, you're fine. So you can always buy everything directly from the manufacturer. Okay, for example, people email me all the time. A little prepper tip this morning. They emailed me and they said, "Rita, what do we do about um, the prepping thing?" Yeah, and I said the prepping thing, and they said, "Yeah, the prepping thing. Is this the yeah, I guess this is the stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I'm good for the first." So they said, "Well, what do we do with the prepping thing?" And I said, "Well, technically, as a prepper, you got to, you know, so the new one's right here, So we got a new channel right here. So I basically set it up so anyone can join as long as Okay, so I'm going to check email too. But point is, you need to start small. So when you're at the store, grab a couple extra cans and start allocating preppers versus. At first, you're going to look at people's prepping pantries over yours and say, oh, it's not good. But if you do have the money to buy in the bulk, I would recommend it. Unfortunately, so anyways, my meal. Let me just turn that down, my friends. Oh, now the local sheriff is now a person who's going to jump someone's car. You see how this is out here? Apparently, we're the friendly island. Oh, yeah, by the way, school's in session, and this is live from the island. It is the Sunday morning edition coffee with Rita. Okay, done. So basically, the problem is you have to focus on two parts of prepping. Now, Kane said, "Oh well, I want to leave a comment, and the comment is, beginner preppers. You should start with 2 weeks supply of goods. 2 weeks of supply of good is 2 weeks of food and water. Okay, now think of it this way. I want to tell you, 2 weeks is minimum. I would go for a work towards a goal of a month." And look over where you live and what you can do. One, prepping. Two, not one prepping. One, cooking, and two, storage. Okay. So, for example, you can have as much rice and beans as you want in the buckets. Fortunately, the buckets and the beans literally are the beans and the buckets and the food are only there for certain things. Now, a lot of you guys turn around, and you say to me, "Oh, well, I was at Amazon. I got emails the other day, and someone asked me about it. Going through it, and I found out there's no camp stoves literally on Amazon." Well, let me put it to you this way: when Amazon does get a shipment, you can actually literally get a deal. And the problem is with the camp stoves is, as you all know by now, is the camp stoves are problematic, because, you're either buying new or used. And if you buy used, you're getting the scalpers out there that are either want a new stove or they're upgrading. And if they're upgrading, you can turn around and, so do I answer emails? Someone emailed me this morning. Do I answer emails? No, I don't, because, unless you have something to say, someone said, "Hey, beautiful." Why would I want to reply? I said thank you last night, and they left. Apparently, you got to remember, I have a team of moderators that moderate everything. So I'm just checking my email real quick, my friends. So, a lot of people email me on questions about prepping. One is like, well, where do we go for the thing? If you haven't thought of using Google, me and Higgins use Google all the time. Like this morning, I made a joke with him, and I think he's in ignore mode. But you know what? It was just basically a joke this morning while I was waiting for my morning coffee. But for him, it's a different story, okay? But back to prepping. So you can order your camp stove, for example, on your on Crafts, or not Craft, but Coleman. So Coleman sells stoves. I'll show you about it this morning. The tool. So basically what you're doing is you're going down the list, right? With Coleman. You can go to Coleman.com, buy anything you need camping-wise there. That is the best course of action. Going to Amazon, for example, is not a good core of action. Let's see, I'm looking for something here. Don't you just love how you get an email? It's like, please click this link. Someone ran a background check. Who cares? Someone ran a background check on me. I don't care. Let them waste their money. You see, that's how smart I am. If they want to find where I live, that's fine and dandy too. They want to, I've had a few people make threats to get in emails too, but we'll get to that later. So, anywho, back to the 2-week thing. So I would get canned meats, okay, but because you guys are new, your first prepping theory could be broken down. Now I'll tell you what, you could do prepping in 3 different categories and still be prepping, okay? You can make it into subcategories if you wish. You're going to probably sit there and say subcategories. Yeah, school's in session. You see, you can basically, if you have a big enough storage area, you can break your preps down into 3 sections. And you see, you got section 1, natural disasters. Okay, that's the simplest one, right? Keep your 2 weeks to a month natural disaster, rotate it out from time to time. Right? You could sit there and say, well, that's stupid. Well, it is, but it isn't. You see, if you guys are sitting there trying to figure out how to prep and you don't know how to prep, you can do it in 2 week. You can do it in increments. Okay. So natural disasters, you can actually put one little corner, put one that says natural disasters, and the other one man-made. Okay. You can have 2 or even 3. Like for me, you got natural disasters. Okay, which means power goes out, you can still use the camp stove with the window open to cook your rice and your beans. That is what the rice and beans are for. People say to me, well, I got like 30 pails of beans. What am I supposed to do? Well, if you live in your own home and you can do it. Remember what I said the other day. Water is a key of a survival gear. Now, each person needs 1 gallon of water a day, minimum. Now, depending on weather, but the thing is if you look for 2.5 gallon water, right? So you can get 2.5 gallons of water, right? Look at this. Crystal Geyser, 1 pallet. That might get you through 30 days or maybe 60 days, 1 pallet. So the thing is most preppers can't afford that kind of water. So so if you go to the store, you need to make sure you get right here, see, 320 ounces. That's this water jug here. Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, this is 328 ounces, 320 ounces, a pack of 2, so 600, right? That's about 6 days of spring water for 1 person. So just to get enough water prepped, okay, put away. So basically what you're looking for, right, is right here. Look at this. 108 cases, 2 pallets, $1,400 for water. Okay, $1,400 for 1 person. That might get you 2 months. Maybe if you're lucky. I mean, you got to look at the water formulation. 128 ounces of water is equivalent to so think of it this way, okay? You need 128 gallons of water per day. 8 glasses. Oh no, wait. Well, let me recorrect that. I think it's 64. So let me see. I think I'm right. It's 64. So it says that unit acronym and society engineering messenger an adequate daily fluid intake is about 16 cups. 3.7 liters a day for men and approximately 2.7 liter. Okay, so if that's the case, how many ounces of water is that? I mean, literally, they're just telling you about that. So, you need to drink about 1 gallon a day, see? And half a gallon for women. So it says, what about the advice of drinking 8 glasses of water, So basically it says, oh, what happens if I drink too much water? Well, there you go. So I think it's 4 to 6 water each day. How much water to drink daily? The daily to 4 to 6 cups is for healthy people. For non-healthy people, you got to increase it. So I'm trying to see, let's see. Well, let's do it this way for an average, okay? So let's just say 8 cups a day. So the Washington Post, look, I'm just going to do it this way. So 8 ounces times 8 is 64. So 8 by 8 rule, so drink 64 ounces. So by CNET and others, it's the 8 by 8 rule. Okay, so remember that, the 8 by 8 rule. So if you're drinking 8 glasses of water a day, okay, and you got 8-ounce water bottles, that's 8 water bottles a day. Say you buy mathematically, you buy a 24 pack of 8-ounce water bottles. Amtrak uses 8 ounces, right? So you got to drink. So 8 of those bottles, right? 8 ounces, right? So 3-day supply of 24-ounce bottles. There you go. There's the math. So if you're going to basically prepare properly, use the 8 by 8 rule, and then prepare your water intake as needed. Now, a lot of people say, oh, well, during a natural disaster, there's coffee. That's true. You got your coffee, you got your water, you got your soda, you got everything. But what if someone says, oh, well, we're prepping so we got our natural disaster things, your snowstorms, your hurricanes, your tornadoes, your twisters, your tsunamis, your earthquakes, your volcanoes, all your gravy stuff. Stuff you'll survive through, and you got like, say, 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever, and you keep adding to it, and you add to it, right? So you divide it up. You got natural disasters on one hand. Now you say, oh, well, what about your prepping situation? Okay, so in a natural disaster situation, once you're in the plains of Texas, for example, and you have a massive something or other, and you lose your massive something or other, you're fine and dandy, right? So I want to share with you a couple of things that was entertaining. Okay, so now when it comes to prepping, okay, usually I don't do this on Sunday, but Kane motivated me this morning. So as a prepper, you got to look at the big picture here. Now, say you're prepping for natural disasters, okay, and you say you have a garage, okay, and you got your little corner, your man cave, whatever, and your prepping corner, and your garage is sealed up or whatever, and you know where your groceries is. Maybe your garage doesn't have a window. I don't know. Okay, and as you're prepping, right, you're preparing for natural disasters. Okay, you got your natural disaster corner filled. Then you look over and you're thinking, what do I need for the other stuff? Well, remember, the water is the key. See? Damn bunny, quit trying to freaking drown me in your damn poo-poo. See, did you hear that? That was just him pooping. Better not have went where I think it is, okay. You would have floated by now. Yeah. So, let me tell you a story. So basically, right, you got to take into account how much the best Perky. Is that my name to you? Perky is what it is. So you got to take into account the water you're going to use in a prepping situation, because as a prepper, you got to think about prepping. Of course, this guy should be called Slingshot because, while we're talking about prepping, let me just tell you a story about him for once. One time I had a whole bunch of YouTubers on a live channel that I was running for late in the evening. It was like past midnight or something. And this guy didn't tell it. So, you got Chloe who walks past me and she says, oh, you going to drink that beer? And I said, yeah. Yeah. Well, I looked into my beer glass, this pint glass, and lo and behold, what was in it? Floating pellets. So Mama Fanny, God rest her soul, she passed away this year. She's also a prepper like me. She said, and I quote, "Now for the rest of my life, I could tell people, have you ever seen a bunny crapping someone's beer? Well, I have on live YouTube. Now we got the notorious crapping bunny, Perky. What are you talking about? Better not be these because, today sometime is Sunday, so I got a phone call to make with my sister when and if. Anyway, so back to prepping. Okay, so you got to look at your water intake. So are you going to waste 6 cups of water, mind you, 6 cups of water, mind you, for macaroni and cheese? I know Higgins won't. That's why I keep talking about the one rule of, Yes, I've said this how many times last night? They're real. They bounce. I mean, look, they are real. What the hell? Look, they bounce, okay? I'm not even doing anything. They bounce, okay? There. Now, can we get back to the business at hand this morning? I'm getting up there in age, people, where I'm getting tired of people, Look, if you want a porn show or something, sure, but I'm still working out this 2-year coronavirus light belly, okay? So if you want a porn show or something, I can set up a adults only porn thing, but it's going to cost you, because I frankly am not the type of person that does porn, and I won't. Maybe I'll do topless. For, get some extra income for prepping. No, don't, It was just something that went through my mind on a Sunday. God help us all, because I wasn't thinking about that, Anyways, I wasn't really thinking about porn, I don't, it just disgusts me that, people out there that want, semi, whatever. So can we just... So Tildor basically posted 34 calling us a bunch of armchair preppers. Well, I'm sorry to say, Tildor, but I think you're just like to insult people and like to troll, because frankly, I'm going to defend myself. Okay, so I got a lot to talk about today, and I want to tell Tildor, unless you're going to be coughing up gift cards, no one's going to listen to you. Dinky was saying, where's her gift card the other day? Pee-wee was saying, not Pee-wee, who was it? It was Higgins. All these people, we want our gift cards. You keep talking about gift cards. Well, I'm calling it out as bullshit. You're an armchair prepper. You want to sit there and prep. Well, go drink a beer. No one cares. No one cares, Tildor, because I'm talking about something that came up with Kane. And Kane literally made a comment today. And that comment is very important. So Kane said, "Hey, thought I'd leave a comment. I heard for beginner preppers should start week supplies. 2 weeks is good. 4 weeks is preferably, just in case you're in an area where, but you say, well, the natural disasters. Well, what do we look for? Well, look on your local area. If you live near a volcano, you got to focus for the volcano and earthquakes. If you live in an area with tsunamis or earthquakes, or, where I live, we have most all natural disaster one way or another. You can also, like Mama Pee-wee. Let me just tell you, there's one thing you can't prep for, or 2 natural disasters you can't really prep for, and that's fires, like wildfires. Mama Pee-wee. I know my sister in Alaska is the same way. They give you an order, and you can only take out like a box full of stuff. You can't just load up your entire car and leave, apparently. You got to let the fire burn your home and everything else. And then you have the other thing, But let me just post this as a comment. He says, UT Nugget prep like you have a bunch of armchair preppers. I'm sorry to say, dude, but I've been dealing with a lot. So I've been prepping all the time. Rotating my preps out, working on things. But I've also been teaching you guys about prepping today. So he says, school's in session. Actually, I'm the teacher, and you're going to get my boot up your ass because, frankly, you're not the teacher's favorite. The teacher's favorite currently, in my opinion, is Higgins because Zoe's not around. Otherwise, Zoe would be the favorite, and Higgins would be the second favorite because you've never shown your face on YouTube or live Tildor. You're just the head commentator that comments with free gift cards, yada, yada, yada. We're done with that. We're tired of it. If you're going to sit there and sugarcoat things and give the gift cards after the Black Swan event, no one's going to care then. My job today is to talk to you guys about, I'm going to give the comments. Oh, well, thank you. I know I'm I'm almost 45, so I'm trying to get back into shape is what's happening. Fortunately, living with a person who's transgendered and etc. has done me in for 6 years as a roommate. So thank you so much for the admiration. I appreciate that. All right. So this is a comment from Tildor this morning. I want to comment this. Tildor says, UT Nuggets prep like you have a bunch of armchair. Yeah. Prep like a bunch of armchair preppers. Yeah, really armchair preppers. Do I need to school you? I am a real prepper. And secondly, you're just all talk, Tildor, and we are done talking. And by the way, just to show you this, I want to show you another thing, the whole gift card thing, right? So Tildor again says this. I'm going to comment on a couple of Tildor's videos this morning, right? So he's basically calling one of my friends a man, literally. Cactus Blossom is all female. He's calling Cactus Blossom a pickle boy. Pickle Boy Blossom, sorry to say, but Cactus Blossom is all female. We'll be talking soon. So we got sidetracked, but I want to basically get these comments done real quick so I can basically. So he says school's in session indefinitely, prep like your panties are percolating. See, these are this is something, Then he says, do any of you misfits want a gift card? You say again, it's the gift card thing. We do, but we don't. We're tired of basically playing around, okay? And because I know I'm doing this live, I know there's a 3-second or 4-second delay between me posting that and etc. But I'm not done yet, so I want to share with you the comments, right? So basically, he says school's in session indefinitely right now. This is a real comment this morning from Kane himself. Kane says, again, Kane, I like to redo this, okay? Kane says, right here. Hey, I thought I'd leave a comment. I heard for beginner preppers should start with 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks is good for basics. Just got to make sure you get, a lot of people say, well, how many meals do you need? Well, it depends on how much calorie intake you take. That's the other thing. Are you going to prep for, you got to prep for whatever. Now, if you're natural disaster, look, I've been through blizzards basically twice in my life, severe blizzards that went back to back to back, and the entire roof was almost collapsing, okay? And a lot of people say, well, how do you survive something like that? Well, let me tell you. If you're in a house or an apartment like this, right, there's only 2 things you got to worry about the most. The wind chill, okay? Higgins was keeping me on toe, I had a system set up, Zoe don't think she would ever do it. She would never use the phone anyways, but I love Zoe no matter what. So, for example, Higgins would call me and say, hey, or text me, he knows text takes battery. So I told him, look, keep me informed. So I had my phone on really, full battery, okay? Now, the wind, right? First thing we did was the temperature was dropping, okay? We had the heat on to about 90, 95, whatever, right? The maximum, and then slowly but surely I turned the knob down and down and down throughout the day during winter, okay? So my bill wasn't too high, right? Now you're thinking what happened for this? Well, when power finally came off, right, I turned off the heater was already off, right? The wind chill alone in this place dropped super fast, okay? It went from like roasting 100, 110, 120 degrees in here, like an oven, and it dropped fast. The wind chill alone with concrete was starting to freeze the entire outside. The dog was complaining. Chloe was complaining. Chloe, didn't have warm enough blankets to tie me. I only had my wool blanket, so I was semi-toasty. Okay, now, as a precaution, you get fleece. You can stack fleece on wool, so you get 2 wool blankets, 2 fleece blankets. You should be good as long as you got your fleece blankets king and you cover up like your sleeping bag. Now, if it's really cold, what you do is you basically turn around and you make your bed. And you can get yourself either a mummy bag or one of those sleeping bags. Now, if you get a sleeping bag that goes 40 degrees, like an all-season bag, you stack the blankets inside the sleeping bag, not zip it up that much, or you stack it on the outside as extra warmth. Now, the sleeping bag's a shell, so the bottom might be cold anyways, but let's just say you get one that's, say, 20 degrees. You still might feel a nip. Now, if you get the colder the sleeping bag, say you got a double sleeping bag on your bed, the colder the nip, the better chances, but mostly sleeping bags go to 30. Most people don't want to go mountaineering. That needs 40 below, but there are sleeping bags out there. But these are things that will help you for, as a prepper. You don't just buy a lot of food and say, okay, I'm good. You still need the cooking thing. You got to think what happens when you prep and you can't cook your food, huh? My best course of action is just get a pull top can of Spam and eat that. It's already cooked. You just basically rinse the can out and throw it away. Now you can say, well, what about other issues, I don't even know what Sanjay Kumar said. Apps product comes in less. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. So unless you want to explain to me, welcome to my channel, Sanjay Kumar. And thank you again, the best. So basically, Kane turned around, right, and he made a question today. He says, hey, what about 2 weeks? Well, I just gave you answers. The main problem is you can eat anything you want out of a can, okay, as long as it's sealed. Your problem is you don't want to waste anything unless, okay, remember what I said, 2 weeks for a disaster, okay? Most people are prepping for natural disasters. They're not thinking about the 3 major problems we have. I can get into that too, but the point is, as a prepper, look what they're prepping for. I've been through 2 blizzards, people. 2 blizzards where the power's out. First time around, we had a wood stove insert in our house. My stepdad was in the basement. He lived down himself in a little apartment. He had a wood stove. So the house was always kept good. The only thing is kids should split wood, you see. Now, the second preppers thing is when we lived in our own little mobile home, the wood stove was in the living room. And we went through a lot of snowstorms, which was between 20 and 40 below. Stove was the only thing keeping us alive because heat is something you need. So if the power goes out, like here, power went out, right? Temperature dropped rapidly. I felt like I was becoming a frozen Rita sickle. Hey, Kane, welcome. A frozen Rita sickle. We're talking about your prepping thing this morning. I shouldn't have been doing it this morning, but it's fine. Gives me a chance to get out and talk to you guys about prepping this morning and have my coffee time, Your product comes in less. Well, I'm sorry to say, dude, but I don't have a product. Unless I'm selling something that I know of, I'm not a seller. I don't sell product. I don't have a storefront. Be a good idea, but I wouldn't even know what to start selling. Everyone meet my my moderator, Kane, who's here with us today. Yeah. Hey, Kane. your product comes in less. The only product I provide is a long-term prepping channel. I don't provide anything else, Mr. Kumar, because my long-term prepping channel is what it is. So it says on a scale of 1 to 10, I give Rita a perfect 10. Best in the business. Thanks, kid. Really. Yeah, thanks for what? Putting you in your place. I don't take gift cards, so I'm basically putting you in your place, but I will do share then. 2 weeks is minimum, but you also got to remember you need 2 weeks supply of water, okay? Now remember what I said, Kane. I hope you're taking notes this morning. Tildor, you better be taking notes too, because we're not going to basically sit here any more and listen to you ramble on about gift cards, okay? So the 8x8 rule applies, okay? I just Googled it. The 8x8 rule is what you need to live by. Excuse me. I'm not trying to be rude this morning. I'm trying to be very respectable. The 8x8 rule basically states, and I quote, 8 glasses of water a day equals 8 ounces. So 8 ounces, 8 ounce glasses of water a day is what you got to drink. That's minimum of 64 ounces. Okay, each body's different. I usually drink about 6 to 8 glasses, 8-ounce glasses, but I drink them in these size. So throughout the day, I just fill an entire cup up like this after I rinse it out. Just use this as a water glass. And by the way, just so you know, some people say, well, how big is this? Well, let me show you. You see the size here? See my hand? You see how big that is and wide it is? That's holding 4 cups of coffee. So every time I fill up, I get about 4 cups of coffee straight out of this. It might be 3 cups of coffee. I'm still trying to figure it out with the coffee maker, but you guys get the idea, right? As a prepper, this is something that you enjoy. Dude, quit basically trying to, So the main problem is, as Kane was talking about, is he's right. You got to focus on natural disasters. But remember what I said. You can make your preps in 3 different sections. You do natural disasters. Study up on your natural disasters of your area. Go to FEMA. FEMA will try to sell you a kit, but just remember, FEMA's kit's pretty flimsy when you look at the problem you have, which is the main problem, which is the bottles. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. By the way, has anyone ever realized this too, my friends? I'm going to tell you 2 things that might be the most important things in the world. When you go to the store, always pick up 1 at a time of 2 gallons. Remember, Kane, they sell 2.5 gallon bottles too. Remember those long, lanky things that look like this? And it's got a handle. That's about 2 to 3 gallons of water. I think it's like 3 gallons. Usually they weigh it out to about 2.5 gallons. So if you get 4 2.5 gallons of water, right, you're doing great. You just keep on stocking. So say you buy 4 at a time cheap and you store them away, you could have, and make sure to always rotate them out, by the way. So every month, look at your expiration date. If you have to drink one down, replace with 3 more. Eventually, you'll have your water down to the science, but depending on your family. Now, me and Kane, I think we're both single people. I don't think Kane has family. You have any little ones that live with you, Kane? Just out of curiosity, because remember what I said, the other prepping problem, math, and I'm not trying to be nosy with Kane's life. It's not my business. What I'm trying to do this morning is I'm trying to use Kane as an example of, when Kane buys his prepping stuff, I'm not trying to say, oh, tell me all about your life. No, I'm talking about as a friend and as a moderator. I'm saying, look, if you have family, like a wife and kids, you have to basically make sure to have those preps for them. You can't just prep for yourself and hope like hell everyone else dies, So he's single. So he's only got to focus on himself as a prepper. But for you preppers out there, you need to focus on the main thing, which is 2 weeks per person. So me, I'm single, right? Do you think I was going to take care of someone like them? No. Because they're not worth it. No, I'm not talking about Kane. Talking about, yeah. Why? Think about it. Another thing you got to ask yourself in a critical situation is you need to think, as I said, school's in session due to the fact, let me just post this, Tildor said. basically you got to ask yourself, what are you going to purchase? You need to take notes here today because this is Sunday school and school's in session. What are you going to buy? Let's see. You can buy canned raviolis. That's not a problem, but eventually you got to throw them out if you don't eat them, right? Then you can buy ramen. Ramen lasts a long time. You can have ramen that's expired 2 years, boil it up, and it's still good. Thing is, ramen's a good staple, but all right, I'm gonna grab me a thing out of the can real quick. You guys probably wonder what am I talking about. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys. Okay, something very important. All right, came in. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not prepping for Chloe too right now. You see, unless the manager sees reports. Mint. I'm just gonna take this out. Thank God I have Kane with me, moderator Kane. Let me just tell you this, okay? I'm not prepping for Chloe because Chloe's leaving between tomorrow and Friday. We don't know if she's coming back or not. That's the thing. So if you want to sit here and basically sit here and try to ruin a good prepping show, feel free to, because I got moderators ready to kick anyone out that basically is trying to destroy the contents of today's video, which is prepping. So there you have it, sir. So we got a whole bunch of people, coming in now. Prepping is something that you got to think about. More family members you have, the more, the more things, Kane, can I just ask you to keep on alert? So can I ask that favor? Can you keep an eye on things, since you're the acting moderator today while I'm doing this? Remember, Kane's got the ability to block and ban people. So just to warn you, we're doing a prepping show. We're not doing a Chloe show. Today's the day I don't talk about Chloe except to say that in the next, And by the way, I loved your answer last night, Kane, by the way. Only a few more days to go, and then... So, as a prepper, you got to ask yourself what's going to happen. Well, if you want a special edition of what's going to happen to Chloe afterwards, I can make a schedule maybe next weekend. But today is the day I talk about what's important. You see, as a prepper, well, at least Tildor's watching this morning. I'd like to see Tildor comment about these Chloe-loving trolls. I think that's what it's called, Chloe-loving trolls. So he just posted another comment. Tildor posted this, okay? I'm watching the comments this morning. It says, when you go to the store, absolutely don't forget to pick up 2 30-packs of beer. Yes, if you're a beer drinker, you might want to get it for emergencies, but just remember, beer does have an expiration date, so wine doesn't. Did you know wine can be stored away for indefinitely as long as it's in the right climate? You can have chilled cold wine for years. They found wine in Egyptian tombs and, whatever, or Egyptian liquor. I don't know how strong it is, So thanks, Kane, for keeping an eye on these people, because frankly, I'm getting tired of the Chloe trolling lovers who come in here and want to cause trouble. Now, for you preppers out there, I'm sorry if you're hearing me say this, we got to get back on tap. So, once you look at the big picture of the water situation, you're going to realize you're going to have to ration your water out a lot more than not rationing it out, because think of what's going on as a prepper. As a prepper, you need to look at the water updates and say, look, what are we doing with the water situation? The water situation is, pretty bad, because look what's going on in the world. You see, are you going to go out and buy a couple cases of mac and cheese? Because each mac and cheese requires 4 to 6 cups of water to make. So, or are you going to boil it in Tildor's 60 cans of beer? By the way, I just want to say, for Tildor, has anyone ever... I'm going to Google this real quick because I just want to share this for Tildor. We're a prepper channel. I got something to share with you in a minute. Okay. Is this the one that we're talking about? Okay. Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. Okay, I'm just trying to find this. Okay. All right, so if I find the right picture, right? Okay, there we go. So can I actually get larger? Dude, I want... Oh, great. Don't you just hate when they send you a picture, right? All right. Is this the best we can do? I guess so. Okay. So, anyways, I'm just going to show you this, okay? Tudor is talking about beer, right? As a prepper, if you're really a beer drinker, right? Once a year in the centennial, PBR does this, okay? Now, this is Google, so I don't own it, copyright it, but if you look at this, right? You got the 1844 pack of beer. Okay, look at this. Okay, let me just click this for a second. See? The 1844 pack of beer sits on a pallet. Okay, so if you preppers want to get a different one, like they'll do like a centennial, like 1910 pack, they'll do that one next. They'll try to figure out how to do it. But this is 1844 pack of beer. So you get 1844 12 packs, I think. Or it might be 1844 cans. Anyway, look at it. This is just something for Tildor. If you like Pabst Blue Ribbon. They also have a 1660, a 1776 thing of beer too, but you know, I don't know how to do that. So, you know, but I want to share that for you preppers out there that keep talking about beer. There you go. If you're prepper, prep with beer, you know. Anyway, so you know, maybe Mr. and Mrs. Tildor, Chloe still thinks Tildor is Zoe. Oh, that's the case. Zoe, if you're Tildor, let us know. If you're not Tildor, let us know. Anyways, we won't get an answer there. But point is, you know, my thing is, I'd like to hear what the Tildor would say about, not about Zoe, not about insulting Cactus Blossom, who's not a pickle boy. It's actually a female. I want to hear Tildor's opinion on well, it's something important, but right now let's get back to prepping so I can remember what that something important is, you know. So, you know, should I prep for Chloe? No, I shouldn't. Oh, I know what it is, Tildor. Have you commented yet on the because Tildor doesn't like to comment live, by the way. He likes to comment. He or she likes kind of different. Have you commented on the whole Chloe thing, you know, with these Chloe loving trolls? I mean, you know, but anyways, back to prepping. So at school's in session. So when you basically prep, you got to ask yourself, what are you buying? What are you prepping? You go to the store and you buy dried mac and cheese. Okay, Mama Fanny was always saying, you know, oh, these mac and cheese boxes right here. I live on mac and cheese like this, right? Let me show you. You can sit here and buy. Just grab this one because the other one. You buy something like this, right? You can say, oh, this is good. It's got the dry cheese packet. Yeah. It says right here you need 6 cups of water. So the only thing you do is for natural disasters, you want a hot, steamy meal and you don't worry about it. Your camp stove's going. And you have running water. This is for your natural disaster preps, okay? Your natural disaster preps is mac and cheese and stuff. Your non-natural disaster preps is the stuff that you got to focus on. Secondly, once you build your prepping kit, you can actually hold a month's worth supply for natural disasters, okay? Now, say you're building up your other preps, okay? Oh, you can even use rice and bucket beans for your natural disasters. Unfortunately, that's something, you know, that you got to look at. By the way, school's still in session. So you got your bucket beans and your rice. You can use those as long as you have running water. Remember, the formula says as long as you have running water. A lot of preppers don't know that. They tell you to stock up on billions of gallons of water till you have your entire house can fill a swimming pool, thinking that you can live on a year's supply of mac and cheese, which every time you look at the formula, it's either 4 cups, 6 cups, or 8 cups. Pack of ramen takes 2 cups of water. Are you going to really waste that valuable resource to drink, literally, or eat a pack of ramen if you know that your ramen's used for a filler until the big stuff happens? Rice is the same. Think of it. You got to read the rice box. It says, oh, you need this or that for water. So the thing is I'm trying to teach you that water isn't essential for survival. You can't just turn around and use all your water for mac and cheese because you like mac and cheese. You got to use, Nope. Guess he didn't say anything. 10 minutes. All right. So maybe he's commenting right now. I just checked. But my point is as a prepper, you got to look at the foods you're going to buy. I mean, look, I keep a lot of bacon spam on hand. Bacon spam, Armor treat, Armor luncheon meat. I even buy sometimes cases of the Walmart stuff Mama Pee-wee recommends when they ship. And by the way, Mama Pee-wee and I always joke about shipping when we do talk from time to time, via email. Sometimes we, the whole joking about thing. The thing is Amazon and Walmart, they're becoming cheaper and cheaper. A lot of people are relying on them. Now, a lot of you say to me, oh, well, when's this going to happen? If you start prepping now in small increments weekly, you should be getting your preps together. Now, if you're single, it'll be easier. But if you have a family, it's going to be a lot harder. You're going to have to basically agree with your family. Your family's going to say you're insane. One of the prepper's tools I would currently get for prepping is a budget planner by that one name, something Fox. I would literally get one of those. I have it right here. When I was doing offline videos in February. It's like Smart Fox or something, Crafty Fox. Anyways, so I have all these things, it's like Armor Hot Dog, yeah, I'm not going to find it, but, there's a planner somewhere in my videos, right? I should actually do, whatever it is, but I had the video set up, and basically, I'm just going to look it up this way. Amazon, it'll be faster, okay? Basically, one of the things I would buy is a budget. All right, so it's called Clever Fox. A Clever Fox is a planner I would buy and keep on hand for prepping tools. Now, a lot of you, a lot of things I use on the internet is Google, but the point is, as a prepper, you got to look at the big picture here and ask yourself, oh, cool, okay, at least he answered that one. So basically, Tildor basically made a comment. I'm going to share it with you all. I don't have to read it. Here you go. For information, Pickle Boy Blossom comment was regarding to Chloe. And by the way, just to let you know, Tildor, you're going to spell it correctly. See? I'm just going to correct you. You see, you're right there in live chat. Okay. Well, thank you, Tildor. I appreciate that. Now, hopefully, we can get back to normal when and if Zoe comes back, because frankly, I think after Chloe leaves, but let's just get down to prepping, okay? So you got to look at your food supplies, okay? You got to look at your water. There we go. There. I thank you, by the way. I do need to lose a little more weight. I got up this morning. What's a neighbor I think was pounding last night above me from down below. I was in my office before going to bed. I switched into my running things. I'm hoping to get a tablet soon so I can actually start running on my treadmill more. Something that, I want to do for you all and talk about prepping for an hour and then go hop a shower, but I thank Tildor for that comment, So can we just get down to business, okay? As a prepper, the water is the most important item you need to ration. Now, mostly it's not going to be a problem if you basically are not buying things that require water to cook. Now, remember, some people say dehydrated foods, add some water, done. The MREs is the same. And by the way, MREs taste like cardboard, even if you cook them. The problem is the you have to basically take in account of what's going on. Yeah. And that is, as a prepper, you have to ask yourself, as a prepper, it's all about the water you conserve. Yeah. It's about how much water you're going to save. Yeah. Think about it. How much water are you truly going to save? You got to look at the meal planning, okay? You can eat dry cereal. You can eat granola bars for breakfast. Granola bars is a safe alternative for, trying to waste the thing. Some say, oh, well, we'll just have our cereal. Let me tell you another prepping tool that you need to have for natural disasters. You need to have multiple coolers, and you need to make sure you keep ice in your freezer. You can have a freezer filled with 2-3 bags of ice. You always have a freezer, okay? Some people have multiple freezers, right? Multiple freezers ain't going to do you damn good of good. If it's one freezer is filled with ice, you're fine. But then you have to transfer everything over from your cooler. Make sure you have enough coolers. Put your meat in the freezer, okay? That's something you got to take into account. That's why you have to make sure that you're willing to realize having a freezer could fail. And when that freezer fails, you can either go buy a new one or buy a larger one. For me, my family knows I'll be getting another freezer, but what do you fill it up with? Well, you can also go in and fill it half with ice and half of something else. But as a prepper, look at the big picture. You got to have a cooler on hand for your stuff. Think about it. You get one of those extreme coolers are good for several days. You can basically turn around and basically have ice on hand while keeping your bacon and your stuff cold. Fortunately, some people say, well, the coffee pot and the percolator. Say, in a natural disaster situation for cooking your food, you can cook anything you want, because the key here is, unless you're in a big severe blizzard and they tell you not to turn your water on, you can leave your water to trickle so your pipes don't freeze. And in return, you can turn around and use your water Brita filter, and you can have hot macaroni and cheese. You can have anything you want, as long as you keep the window open. And a lot of people say to me, well, what about apartment living? I'm not going to break the laws here. My manager and I are fair. If I ask her, she'll probably tell me go ahead. But here's the secret. If there's a natural disaster, okay, and you need to cook, and it's a snowstorm outside, and it's pitch black inside, you use a lantern, a non-gas lantern, okay? First thing you do is you set up a cook area. Your best cook area is right here, okay? The hood vent. Hood vent doesn't go in, but you open your window a crack to let the carbon monoxide out. And then what you do is you turn it on, right, with the window open. The second thing you do is you can have a battery-powered fan. My window's here, and you can pull the stuff out, right? Second thing is you can put yourself a special top where it doesn't damage your electric stove, and you can put your cook stove right on top of it. So then someone says, well, what do you do about the other problem? Well, as long as your windows are open a crack, you're going to freeze. You can make a hot meal. Now, mostly we have, as a prepper, we have things, as a prepper, we have to take into account warm coat, check. Cooked meal, check. So say 20 minutes later, you have your windows closed after the carbon monoxide is completely on. You can get a little portable detector to tell you how much CO2 too. You can buy it really cheap. But you also make sure that that your CO2 detector doesn't detect anything, because once the power's off, eventually the battery will run out and you'll start to hear chirping. So another thing you do is you pull the battery out temporarily so it doesn't pick up the carbon monoxide. Now, in every room, apparently they're supposed to have one, but I don't know. I'm not the law. So, I want to ask you all a favor, okay? Just a quick favor. I'm going to disappear for a moment, okay? I want some comments, and I'm going to let you guys get refill of your coffee because I got to use the bathroom, okay? So I will be back momentarily. But we are going to continue this episode with prepping. I'm not going to turn the camera off just because I have to use the bathroom. I do unscripted. So think about your water levels. Good morning. Okay, peeps, I gotta go back in their clothes room. Crap fit because, I closed the door on her. And now she wants me to dig up a candle and a lighter. So, where's the candle? There's a lighter in here. I think this is a lighter. No. Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay. She said it's in the kitchen, but I don't see any candles in the kitchen. She misplaced them. I think I know where the candles are. Give me 1 second, people. Candles are important for smell. We're in the kitchen. Okay, peeps. It was really nice and warm in there. All right, so hopefully you got your fill of coffee because we're continuing. So candles come in handy for getting rid of smells. Plain and simple. So Chloe said she was going out today for something at the store. I don't remember what it was. So, anyways, my question was to Tildor about Chloe. You know, Tildor said, whatever happens, happens when it comes to when it comes to anyways, Higgins and we had a joke this morning. I told him to let the adults have their coffee and YouTube time. He's a great guy, though. Yeah, he emailed me something like knock it off, and it's like, knock what off? I just woke up, But anyways, this ain't about Chloe or anything. So the water formula has to be in place for when it comes to your food purchases. You can buy corned beef hash, sausage hash, and other stuff, but you got to make sure to eat it. And that is one of the key prepping things that you have to do due to the fact that as a prepper, it is big news to do that. Yeah. So as a prepper, you have to ask yourself the big questions. And that is, as prepper, how much are you willing to spare your water, which could save your life immensely in a natural disaster? Now, the real problem is most of your water, your bottled water, won't be touched unless you're in an area where you need to drink it, okay? Otherwise, your faucet water or your well water should be fine unless you don't have a sump pump or a portable generator to pump your water. Now, if you have a portable generator, say a gas generator, you need to basically buy one that's designed specifically to run. If you have a well and you have you probably already have one, but if you don't, think about a generator. Those will come in handy to pull your water up so that you don't have to buy water now if you're on well water. Now, you also need to look at your location. Now, as a prepper, say Section 1 is for natural disasters. Now, whatever natural disasters are, make sure you have 2 weeks minimum, 1 month maximum, okay? Takes 2 weeks at least for FEMA to get into areas, okay? Now, say you... So that you have your food for your 2 weeks to 1 month. You can use beans, you can use rice, you can soak your water. You have water, access to water. Okay, that's the thing. Your prepping thing is water. Now, say you're not prepping. Say your secondary thing happens. Okay, let's just say bank collapse. Okay, as long as you have money put aside in your safe or a safe place for paying your water bill. If you have a water bill in town, you should be fine. And your electricity until they restructure everything. So you should be fine. Okay, you should just have your 1 month supply of food plus some other stuff. It might take a while, but that's where you buy and keep your prepping supplies on hand for that. Consider that like a mini natural disaster, but man-made, right? So you won't have to tap into much of your water. But say an EMP attacks, when you have a gas generator, your gas generator, as long as there's no computer chip in it, will fire up nicely and you can get your water, so you're good. But you're going to have to ration your gasoline just to basically for the next 6 months to a year or 2 years for rebuilding. Higgins always talks about rebuilding, which means your generator would be used for 2 things. Say you have a septic tank, you're going to have to use a sump pump. Maybe you have a powered septic tank, so you make sure you have a couple 55-gallon drums in your woodshed stored away with gasoline just to use for your sump pump and your well, your pump for your well. You'll still be fine because you've allocated that to pull out your water. Now you should be fine for that. Always keep gasoline on hand. That's another prepper's tool. The third thing you want to keep on hand, and this is important, is if the 2 major black swan events happen, the EMP, the generator will be your best friend if you're in an area in a rural community where you have well water and sump pump, because the generator probably won't be fried because it ain't computer controlled. So as long as you have your 55-gallon drums, you can actually run your and and the EMP will knock out your power grid. It might not knock out your power or your devices. So you might be able to basically sit there, and if you're far enough away from the EMP blast, you could literally survive, depending on, if the power is completely knocked out. Now, an EMP can happen at any given time, so you have to be prepared because of that. That's why I recommend a generator for you homeowners out there that are in the rural community where you need a sump pump and a sump pump and a well, because the generator will help you out the most. Okay, this is a given fact. You don't want to just sit there and not waste money. You can buy yourself an own generator that kicks on when power goes off. You're fine. You could buy a non-generator. It just depends on your psychological mood and what you want to do. You see, a generator will come in handy. Even Higgins can buy a generator just in case, say, to charge his radios. I mean, literally, he can spend $1,000. He can spend $2,000. He can spend $3,000. He can spend $5,000. He can buy a clean energy thing. But, if you're going to do that, you need to keep gasoline on hand, and make sure to treat your gasoline from time to time for storage purposes. And eventually, your generator will run properly. Higgins, when Higgins talks about all these things, hypothetically that he would like, he'd be better off saving up gift cards for a generator. It'd come in handy for him because then he can buy a portable sump pump and he can pump water out if his basement gets flooded, for example. He won't have to worry about things, but the point is these are things as homeowners should think about. Now, for, apartment dwellers, you don't want to have a generator unless you can use it outside and then plug it in, because the power goes out and you have a generator, everyone's going to want to mooch it so they can charge their phones. Fortunately, phones will still work because unless the towers go down and you had an EMP, natural disaster is fine. Here we got windstorms. Windstorms and tsunamis, that's about it. And from what I understand, we're high enough up the tsunami wouldn't hit us, okay? They did a psychological test on where a tsunami would hit, and it wouldn't hit where I'm at, so we're good, okay? But say someone decided to launch nearby in Anacortes a Satan II missile, for example. It might basically hit me because it's 1,500 foot high, supposedly by the Russians, tsunami. So you got to take that into account for nuclear weapons. Now, if you got your natural disaster prepping kit set for natural disasters, and you got one for EMPs, the EMP is for long term, okay? Long term EMP, okay? Banking collapse is long term too, but you can get through that, because it might come into a depression, but at least you'll have food, right? And as long as you keep your water and your everything else running, you're fine. Now, an EMP will wipe out your servicemen, okay? Your servicemen's garbage trucks, they ain't going to work. Phil could tell you it's computerized, so basically his truck wouldn't work, so he wouldn't be going out to get garbage. He'd be defending his home and making sure looters don't come in to get his food and his preps, okay? Now, that also means there's no electricity. They're going to be the government's going to be focusing on prepping with getting the electricity on, because the electricity is the key to making sure your power grid runs. Some of your recycling centers need power. Some of your garbage dumps need power. Some of your other things need power. So everything fluctuates on power. There is going to be a lot of dead. So because, you're going to have people with CPAP machines can't sleep and they die because of either too cold or their machine's not working because of an EMP. Now, you guys ask, well, what about Preppers Kit 3? That's next. So if you break your preps into 3 different kits, Preppers Kit 3 is your nuclear, your all-out kit, your long-term. Now, a lot of people sit there and say, oh, the radiation will go down. Yeah, if you use neutron bombs, okay? Whether it's straight-out tactical or strategic nuke, the life cycle of a nuke is 35 years. So it's got a half-life of 35 years. Remember, school's still in session. So that means basically as a prepper, you got to ask yourself, What are you going to prep? That's where you stockpile your 2 gallons of water. If you're on a well or city water is on well, they can't power it up. So you have to have your water on hand. But if you know they give you 20 minutes for an incoming nuclear missile it's going to hit, first, you're going to hope like hell the government shoots it down. And 2 is you're going to hope that you have enough water that you can make water. So always keep a tarp on hand. Now you say, what's the tarp for? Tarp, and buy yourself a cover for your bathtub. You can actually, if you get the right tools, you can actually prep with the tarp and water, and you can use purification tablets to purify. Hold on a sec, peeps. I gotta use the bathroom. Purify your water. I need to make sure that it's still on. All right, so the bathroom door closed. The steam will now exit the bathroom. So, anyways, as a prepper, you got to think about the prepping tools needed for prepping. That means, nuclear, long term. You want a Geiger meter. That's to tell you when you can go outside, charge your batteries on your solar generators. You're going to want plenty of water, plenty of purification tablets, and plenty of bottled water too. So, and just remember, as a long-term thing, you can live on Spam and other canned meats. So that's one of the tricks you have to learn. Is what you're going to do. You see, as a prepper, you have to prep for all situations, which means you have to have it. Now, if you want to get drunk as a prepper, like Tildor, feel free to. Now, you guys can sit there and say, well, what if I want to keep alcohol on hand? You want at least 80 proof, because 80 proof will disinfect any wounds, so you can. It might hurt like hell, but it will help you in the long run. Higgins was talking about an EMP wiping out your light bulbs. Well, let's just say it's true. So LEDs has got computer chips, but don't worry. As long as you have a battery-powered lantern that works, you should be fine. Some lights don't have that. Like the overhead light here, that basically is not computerized. The thing over the sink's not computerized, and the special light I believe I put over the stove is not LED, so you should be fine there. But you have to look at everything and major obstacle for prepping. Because as a prepper, you must basically prep. And that means prep like your life depends on it. Because frankly, as a prepper, you have to basically look at things. Now, a lot of you ask me, one of the main things of prepping in a natural disasters is, what do we do about our phones? Okay, that's a good one. You can buy yourself a small handheld solar generator flashlight. It'll charge your phones as long as you have the sun out. And as long as, you had an earthquake, sun could come out. So you got to take that into account. Solar generators. That will power what you need. Now, you don't want to charge your phone. You can charge your phone, but you got to also remember, as a prepper, phone service is going to be crappy, okay? So, say the power goes out, right? Sometimes the entire city goes black, right? You say, oh, I'm going to do this, right? Old phones in the world, old pay phones and phones at home, the old phones drew power from the line. So when you plugged in a basic phone that didn't have an answering machine, and just basic standard phone, you plugged it into the wall, you can get a dial tone because it's drawing power off of it. But say your power's completely pitch black, you might not even have power for the phone. So what do? Well, back then you had two options: cell phone or no communications. Now, when my mother was sitting there, right, I'll tell you the story, right? So one time my mom came to me, right, and we had a small generators. We had 3 in the garage, in the woodshed. We just plug it in, right? Turn it on, right? Neighbor one day it was like 9-10 o'clock in the morning. Neighbor's complaining, right? Knocks on my mom's door and says, "You got a little lawnmower thing going out in your shed, or are you guys did Rita basically do something?" My mom said, "Oh, you see the cable? It was another storm coming in, big blizzard. It was like blizzard after blizzard, right?" So my mom said to get prepared. So I went out to the woodshed and was chopping wood. She was charging things. She had the little TV going. The neighbor didn't know. So the neighbor, who's a prepper too, didn't they have a wood stove. And they said, "Rita, could you split us some wood too?" Sure. They took me to lunch before the blizzard hit. And they asked me, right? So what did I have at home? Well, during a blizzard, we had plenty of batteries. Okay, we had the rechargeable D batteries. We had, the mag lights. We had everything. But we never ever left the windows open unless we're using the fueled lanterns. And I had a lantern in each room of our homes. We're always lit. People said, "Oh, that's a prepper," because I had like 20 gas powered lanterns, and I was not going to be without a light. And the other thing that I had was my camp stove. I had a 3-burner. My mom had her 3-burner, and we would cook big meals, and stuff. But my mom also canned for, jams and jellies and made baking soda biscuits. She knew how to use camp stove, so it was no problem. But for heat, we had the wood stove. So in the evenings, the giant propane can would be going outside, right? And we'd leave it out there in the cold. But the main thing is we kept the stoves outside at night and the lanterns while the wood stove was going, because main thing is battery powered lamps, and as a backup we had a wood stove going constantly. I mean, literally constantly during those snowstorms. But we also knew that if we were running the generator charge things, it was charging things like the batteries for, you have to look at the big pictures. Okay, batteries. Our guest room was a prepping room, so we had enough batteries to run the Sony Watchmen. We had enough batteries to run the Casio TVs. My mom, of course, kept a little Casio TV on her bed. She'd get up. She liked her champagne, okay? So she was a prepper. She'd basically take that little TV, turn it on, and say, "Oh, it's the news time," and get the news. I'd be in another room watching on a black and white TV. Black and white's fine. A lot of you kids and the little, no offense to Tildor, you little whippersnappers back then would basically be throwing a fit of the old black and white TV. Sorry, but the black and white TV was a great TV. Now, a lot of you nowadays sit there and you buy a digital TV, let's just say a natural disaster. You got to take into account the generators also. The solar generators, the gas generator will charge the portable TV. So if you got a 13-inch TV that's designed specifically for news, just pull it out. Battery, get your 1-hour news every night, and then 4 days later charge the damn thing. That saves you on gas, and it saves you on it. Now, if it's in between weather and you get a sunny day, don't take the sunny days for granted while your power is trying to be restored, because you could use the solar generators to charge what you need. Now, before the solar generators run out, first you can plug your solar generators into an AC plug, charge it that way. So you don't have to pull the solar panel out until you have a sunny day. Then, if you're still worried about your charging your solar batteries, you can do two things. You can either charge it up by AC electric, by the generator. That means a lot of gasoline. Or you put it out on a day where you can actually charge it up as much as possible for the entire day, as long as you know it's sunny. And then switch the generator when it gets a little dark till they tell you no more noise. And then, your battery should be fully charged. And if that doesn't happen, you can also use a secondary plug in your generator on a surge protector to charge your phone and your TV up. Now, for communications, back in the day, a lot of people believed in the phones, right? Phones were more powerful. So my mom, of course, we had bag phones, and we had the Motorola DPC 550 flip phone. So we would pull my mom would say the flip phones only used if the bag phone's battery was completely and thoroughly gone. So she'd pick up the phone, dial, and be like, yeah, this is Lottie. That was her nickname, Lottie. I'm not coming to work today. I can't even get out of my driveway. They say, okay, well, 99% of people can't come in anyways because of it. So they were running a skeleton crew. But they always knew Mom had a bag phone. We always kept that, there was Audio Box, there was NEC, there was GE, there was, the bag phone, car phones were the big thing back in the day, but we had them and we had extra batteries. So we always, and you can clone them. So you can have the same number on a different bag phone. And the reason you have multiple bag phones was for communication purposes. So if you charged one up, you could use another one, or clone the number. A lot of people didn't like cloning, but you could clone the number. Now on the flip phone, you can still clone the number. The problem is as long as your bag phone's turned off, you can use the flip phone too. And my mom always, we always kept the flip phones, so, but we never used the phone unless it needed to be used. That was the thing. So a lot of people are like, oh, I got my first cell phone, and I'd pull out mine and I'd be like, flip phone, bag phone, classic brick phone, the old one that Zach used in Saved by the Bell was the classic big blocky phone. Eventually, the reason they were so expensive, if you didn't know, is Motorola made them in the USA. So you look at a bag phone, it says made in the USA. So, but, for, prepping purposes, you have to ask yourself, how much are you willing to prep, because frankly, look around. Look around. As a prepper, you have to prep for any situation. Now, your phones, you can charge up a little solar chargers, or the solar generator, or a gasoline generator. But if you live in an apartment, you got to ask yourself, what is your best course of action? You can get one. See, here's what I would do. I'd get multiple Jackeries. There's solar generators. I'd buy the solar panels just in case. But if you live in an area where someone's going to boost it, that's a different story. So if you can stand outside for hour upon hour upon hour, spitting in a cup while the sun's out, charging in between snowstorms, are fine. But we don't get much snowstorms here. But if you're out in an area where you, so. And a lot of people out there, my mother was, a lot of people looked up to us when we were prepping back then because, most people didn't prep like I did. I had the stoves, I had the lanterns, I had everything we needed, foods, everything. And my mom thought it'd be funny and stupid, but when my mom realized that the snowstorms hit, we prepped back then in the 80s, we had a massive snowstorm, I think it was 89, I think it was 90. The snow basically, literally, my stepdad's downstairs, he adopted me. He wasn't married to my mom. He basically kept the wood stove going, with lanterns going, with everything we needed. We actually pulled our resources. And it was like one storm after another. And that was at the Christmas time, too. It was like Arctic blasts or something, And I'm telling you, it was the weirdest thing in the world, and it was cold as hell. But now, Now it's you see, as a prepper, you must prep, and prepping is what you need to do to get things moving. I mean, literally, you think, oh, you can basically delay it. That's fine, but think about the disasters. A lot of areas, people live in an area where there's earthquakes, like California. Oh, the big one's not going to hit. Then 3 weeks later, the big one hits, and they haven't prepped. This is your time to basically reassess what disasters you have and prep like you have a pair. Whereas Tildor says prep like your panties are percolating or some stupid thing he said. Said something about panties percolating. Yeah, you know. So he said something about prep like your panties are percolating. Yes. School's in session indefinitely. Well, it's not indefinitely because, you know, see, this is what Tildor said, right? Yeah. There. He says, prep like your panties are percolating, school's in session. Well, maybe. But the problem with Tildor is he doesn't understand, um, you know. And I want to thank Kane for the comment too. But, you know, you guys got a lot of people out there that, you know, have kind of tuned in, you know, that's saying, you know, they're also wondering about the Chloe situation. You know, I should tackle that eventually at the end of this video. But, you know, I think I've, you know, for 2 weeks as minimum for prepping for emergencies, just in case you have power outages, snowstorms. Well, let me go over to something here. I want to read you something, okay? I want you to listen to me. I think it's all right. So if you go over to FEMA, I think, right? I think it's FEMA or the Red Cross, one of the two, right? Hold on. I think it's the Red Cross and FEMA. Let me look. All right. All right. So, all right. Here we go. FEMA. Natural hazards. Okay. This is what I was looking for. I'll even give you guys a link if you want to read it too, but I'm going to read it for you. It says the natural hazards you need to prep for is the following. And this is what you got to take into account for your own areas. Okay, avalanche. We don't have avalanches. Coastal flooding. We have coastal flooding, but we are in for inland to where we are. The cold wave. What the hell is a cold wave? I've never heard of a cold wave. What the hell is a cold wave? See, something new today. Cold wave is a rapid fall into. Okay, so basically, okay, cold wave. All right, cold wave. Okay, so this is what it's saying. So basically, a drop in temperature. Okay, so cold wave. Okay, so it's like a heat wave. It said it's a cold wave. Okay, it's the reverse. All right, drought. A lot of people seen drought in the country. Drought, something that without a lot of water, you may have your own well water, you may have a generator, and you have enough water in your well that you can basically survive drought due to the fact that you might be in an area, or you may have a river nearby, but everything else around you is drought. So you can use the river to water your crops and stuff. But for us, we could have drought. Anyone can have drought. Earthquake. Again, natural disaster and earthquake. It can happen at any given time. Hail. Again, you can have hail too. Hail. But most people say, oh, well, hail's not that big a deal. It is when it comes to the farmers. I'm going to think of the farmers. They got to prep in an area with hail. Their crops could be destroyed from baseball-sized hail. Think of it. The good Lord can sit there and say, heat wave. Families got hurricanes in their area. My mom said the eye of Hurricane Ike went across her 7 times. Texas, she left afterwards. Ice storm. That's where rain and water, I believe, turns around. But we'll get to that alphabetically. Let's see, what's an ice storm? Freezing rain. Yep. Yeah. So ice storm, freezing rain. That can happen. Landslide. Again, There is landslides here from time to time. We're in the hill area. Sometimes a landslide can happen, right, from an earthquake. Lightning, dry lightning storms is what they're saying. Then there's ravine flooding, from high amounts of rain. Strong wind. We're in a strong wind zone. Okay, every time you turn around, you see small craft advisory, which means unless you're a trained skipper, a lot of people say to me, "Oh yeah, that's great," small craft advisory. Tornado. Again, my family's in a tornado zone. I've heard tornadoes hitting I remember a tornado hitting a Category 2 tornado hitting I think it was the industrial district of Australia. I was we were driving around in it. Tsunami. Again, we have a tsunami. So we have earthquake, hail, heat wave, cold wave, ice storms, landslides, lightning can happen, strong winds, and tsunamis. But we're not done yet. Volcanic activity. We're in the Pacific Rim. Mount Baker, Mount Rainier, Mount Helen, any of the mountains in Mount Shasta. All the rings of fire can blow at any time. Got to prepare for those. You got to also prepare for the mega disaster of Mount Bighorn. Apparently that's in the Yellowstone. But, let me just tell you more. Then you got like Mama Pee-wee, wildfires. Again, you have to prepare for those. And then finally, winter weather. I've seen they call it winter weather. Back then it used to be called blizzards, but, they had to change it for other people. But these are the disasters that you have to prep for as a, and then they say to you, well, once you determine the risk of what's in your area, you prep for those thingies. Think of it. I'm not in an avalanche, but coastal flooding. That just means the coast floods. Cold wave, which means the power could go out. Drought, which means no rain. Earthquake, which means power goes out. Hail, which means power could go out. Heat wave, which power usually doesn't go out, but your power bill goes up due to the fact that your box fans are all going. Hurricane, power goes out. Ice storm, power can go out. Landslide, power can go out. Lightning, power can go out. Ravine flooding, Strong wind, power can go out. Tornado, power goes out. Tsunami, power goes out. Volcano activity, power goes out. Wildfire, power can go out. Winter weather or blizzard, power goes out. You see, everything here tells you exactly what could happen. And this is what you need to prepare for. Sorry, I went to FEMA, but that was the fastest I can get things done. So as a prepper, you need to look at your area you're in and prepare for 2 to 4 weeks of food while waiting for natural disaster relief. Now, as someone who basically turns around, I'm going to tell you a little secret about prepping, something that will come in handy for all of you. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I got something to share with you that's very important for the preppers out there. I want to talk about 2 resources that will help you. All right. Cool. That's burned out. Okay. I have shortened, but that. Okay, here we go. Okay. As a prepper, there's a couple of tools I want to share with you. Again, all of you sit there and you say to me, well, what is the prepping tool that's the secret? That's called a scanner, okay? Scanner and portable TV are going to be your best friend. Now, if you can get a digital TV and you can have an indoor antenna, that indoor antenna in your portable TV is going to be friend with a generator or a solar generator or something that you can charge the whole damn thing up. Now, Higgins, he's always talking about, oh, you need to charge this. Your main focus is in a prepping situation, I always make fun and poke the honey badger. I am a polar bear. Honey Badger Higgins is always, we got to worry about the rebuilding. That's true. But while you're waiting for the rebuilding, you need to make sure you have certain issues, okay? Now, if it's a natural disaster, no infrastructure is going to be damaged, okay? You got to do two things. Now, Higgins' mom's about a mile away. So Higgins knows that in case of a snowstorm or everyone's holed up in their houses, he's got food, he's got natural gas, unless the gas company, he loses power and the gas can't be pumped in. That's where he should invest in a 2-burner Coleman camp stove, propane or unleaded gas or Coleman fuel to cook his meals. Okay. Now, I don't know how natural gas works, no offense. But second thing that you got to take into account as a prepper is the TV will be your thing in the evening. So if you know what your news channel times are, and you can get over-the-air radio or over-the-air television, you can get your news that way. Another thing you can buy is a couple $100 of world band radio, and you can listen to the radio as long as it takes AA batteries. You can actually run your radio and run it constantly and keep feeding it batteries. Now, if you don't want to feed it with batteries, well, that's your opinion. But the radio will also be a good tool to hear news updates. Okay, news updates, what's going on. All right. Now, you could sit there and say, okay, I get it. Where's the scanner coming? I'll explain it. The radio and the TV will be your best bet for communications. Okay, now, if you live a mile away, you might be able to get away with basically something that may or may not be illegal, like a GMRS radio. If you have a license, you can literally get a call sign and use it. Now, if you're using something that, say, Unit built and it's got a long range of like 4 miles, like the radios that me and Chloe tested, the Unitins, you can find the review. Those reviews basically are saying you can go 4 miles, but that's on a crystal clear day. Everything happens between weather and not weather. Weather can distort the radio, but for the situation on hand, you have to ask yourself, on the radio, hold on, I gotta make a joke with Oh, Higgins made a joke about the adult thing, right? Chloe has allergies to caffeine, by the way, so she'll end up in the hospital because of caffeine allergies. So, but anyway, the point being is the American people need to realize, that this is something serious. So the scanner comes in the same way, okay? Say you have natural disasters, snowstorms, all this disaster across the country, right? During disaster season, let's just call it that. And you want to know what's going on, right? So you have a scanner, okay? Say you have a 536 or 436, okay? Sentinel software is easy to use. Cut everything you need, right? I got federal agencies. As soon as they're coordinating on the federal things like FEMA and the Red Cross, those radio channels will be open to the public. So you get in, it'll scan, or you can turn around and basically buy yourself a secondary handheld scanner like a 325P2 that's programmed specifically for FEMA and the Red Cross. And it'll scan those two channels, for example, right? Or mil-spec or mil-air or whatever, right? It'll scan certain channels. It'll tell you exactly, come on, yes, this is FEMA HUD area, whatever, I don't know. We are in, let's just say, Michigan, and that's a total wipeout. We need to assist the people as fast as possible. So Higgins sitting there, right? He's got his 200. He can't get his 200 powered because, he won't use the gas generator. Someone might boost it off his porch, but he won't use the solar generator, so he's stuck with no information. So with FEMA, of course, that's where you turn around and you have a handheld scanner. Higgins is like, oh, they're simulcast. Maybe. But let's just say that the police and the simulcast channels that Higgins is in literally turns around and you know. So if you basically sit there, right, the simulcast problem isn't a problem unless Higgins turns around. Okay, let's just say he goes and buys himself an SDS 100 and 200. And he's like, oh, no, look at me, Rita, I got an SDS 200, whatever, right? He's got to think about the battery capacity for the SDS 100 failing, okay? And that's true. That's why we both agree that SDS 100 ain't a good scanner. But Higgins doesn't realize that a conventional scanner where I live works pretty damn well. And because I went from skipping phase 1 to phase 2, the phase 2 could be used for, but not against, for certain things. So as Higgins is dreaming about an SDS 200, you're probably wondering, what the fudge is an SDS 200? I'll show you. I actually can. The SDS 200 is the flagship model unit in, okay? It's a database scanner, basically. Just punch in a zip code and go, right? Flagship. Whistler is $630, right? This one is $699 for the unit, but you guys could sit there and say, okay, so what's the problem? The problem is, you see, let me tell you the problem is, right? And then I'm going to show you a trick about scanners, okay? Higgins doesn't know this trick because I don't share my tricks with him because he's always talking about me asking about the radio form for something stupid, okay? But thing is, if he can't basically get off his butt and ask himself, there's a thing, okay? So here's the $200 scanner. Higgins is like, oh, I got this, right? Let's just say it doesn't work. His power goes out. He might be out for 3-4 weeks, you know, just because of snowstorm and all these other disasters. He ain't going to know any news, right? So here it is. See, $699. I just want to see what you guys think. See, $699, right? That's the top of the line flagship. Now, I want to show you a trick about things, okay? So the first thing you're going to do is this. All right, I'm going to do Google. Okay. Nope. Well, here we go. All right. See, here we go. Okay, here we go. Look at this. I'm actually looking at something, okay? All right. So, let me just show you a few things, okay? This is a little secret, okay? Higgins is worried about his SDS 200, right? Now, let me just show you something, okay? So if the federal government has an emergency, right, and they need to do something, let me show you 2 scanners, right, that are a secret. Higgins doesn't know. See, because Higgins doesn't know these things, because Higgins says, oh, well, I don't know, right? Let me put it to you this way, okay? You're going to love this lesson, okay? So, as a prepper, while you're sitting there thinking you need, hold on, let's do this one first, right? The 996P2 is a phase 1 and phase 2 digital trunking scanner with 25,000 dynamically allocated channels, right? Now, are you well aware that Federal Emergency Management uses P25? So they're using phase 1. So you can use a phase 1 trunking scanner, which is a 4 trunking scanner. But P25, right? They're using the old first generation digital trunking system. They're not P25 2. So you could you can spend $300 and get a phase 2, which I'm showing you right now, right here, which is phase 2, which means it takes phase 1 too. Or if you don't want to spend that kind of money and you want to use a handheld version, you can buy the phase 2 325P2 right here. See, I'll show you. So the handheld version is the 325P2, right? Here we go. 325P2, right? Look at this. Phase 2, which means for an emergency backup, you can use this scanner for FEMA. Yeah, for FEMA. Think about it. 25,000 allocated channels. A prepper's dream, right? Says here. So there's 3 channels here under FEMA that is encrypted, okay? And then a mobile emergency response, or MERS. Those ones are encrypted. See, E is encrypted. So you get 3 channels of FEMA you can listen to. Then on the National Disaster Medical System of FEMA, you got 1, 2 encrypted, and the rest are unencrypted, you see. And then these one, urban search and rescue, right? You got encrypted, non-encrypted, encrypted. So you got two encrypted, right? But right here, if you go down the list, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if they're switching to analog by some reason, the analog channel trunking scanners will work, which means this entire list, I'll give it to you if you guys want to see, right? This it tells you, so here's the proof. You can buy yourself a phase 2 trunking scanner. Hell, phase 2, you can use a phase 1. Now you're saying, well, what's a phase 1 if I want to go cheap? Okay, how cheap can I go, right? Let me see here. Here you go. Let me just show you this for a minute while I get the other things set up, right? So, okay, so for Whistler has 2 trunking scanners, right? Phase 1. So remember, phase 2 trunking scanner, quote unquote, is Uniden. So you pay $50 or $60 more, you can get, or $100 more, you can get a phase 2. But for emergency situations, right, I'm going to show you these. They said, and I quote, FEMA is phase 1 currently, right? So phase 1 means you can buy a Whistler 1040, I think it is, right? The Whistler 1040 as a prepping tool to put in your preps to listen to FEMA. Federal Emergency Management also takes up all analog. So if you want to spend $300 instead of $350 and get a phase 2, be my guest. But this is the 1040. So basically what I'm saying is these will be tools used in a power outage, and you can hear what FEMA is doing, so you know. Some of them also comes with an FM radio. I haven't figured out the FM radio part yet, by the way. But the point is this scanner could do everything you need for your prepping. Now, for the last scanner that I'm going to recommend is the 1065. Now, the 1065 is $259. This, again, can pick up FEMA, but unless you mount this in your car, apparently, there's only one handheld trunking scanner by Whistler, and that's the 1040 that will pick up FEMA. So remember, if you do want to pick up emergency, you could see about analog. I would go with the basic digital phase 4, or phase 1 trunk tracker 4, because that will give you everything you need for federal emergency. Now Red Cross, I think, uses radio frequencies too in an emergency. So that's $259. Now there is other scanners you can get, but each scanner you got to look at, what are you going to use it for? Are you going to listen to the police? Now, if you're not worried about simulcast and you just need it for emergency purposes, the phase 2 would be good because it can pick up everything as long as it ain't simulcast. Now, if you're basically turning around programming it for FEMA only, that would overstep the simulcast issue because you're only focusing on one channel. You're not focusing on scanning and having a simulcast issue. That's the secret about simulcast, that people don't understand, is that a scanner could be programmed to one code for FEMA, I'm going to ask just to see. For release operation, right? Common ham radio frequencies. So you could use the Red Cross, right? All right. So the American Red Cross uses a ham frequency. So Red Cross 1, Red Cross 2 is nationwide. So you can listen to the Red Cross on your ham frequency. You can run it through ham and you can hear anything. So for the Red Cross, what do you use? For the Red Cross only, See, Higgins could have basically kept his little thingy, but the problem is let me go over to Amazon for a minute, okay? Because so basically for regular non-trunky scanner for Red Cross, you could use basically the 75 XLT or any numerous analog trunking scanners, and it would literally pick up um, Red Cross. I don't have to go show you everything, but a handheld scanner will pick up Red Cross only. You can get the 12530C handheld mode if your power's out, and you can listen to anything. Handheld is only used for power outage. Now, if you want a cheap scanner, you can go with the Whistler 1010. So, for emergency purposes, I will just show you on the 100%, not the 200%. Actually, I can move it to 200 temporary. All right, so, all right, see, can we do this? Nope, because it scrolls down here. Okay, you know what? I don't want to do this. Here, let's just do this because I just want 100% just to show you, okay? So basically, you're paying like $100 and some, right? And what are you getting is you can listen to ham and Red Cross as a prepper, and ham radio frequencies would be open all the time for this, see? So, for example, it's $107. You don't get a warranty unless you go through a certain channel, but this has got 300 channels, 10 banks. It also picks up NOAA weather, so you can listen to weather, aviation, marine, railroad, NASCAR, non-digital. So this will also pick up your ham frequencies for the Red Cross. That's the whole point of it. This will pick up anything for Red Cross at all. The next one on the list is your 125, which is a better version of 75 XLT. 500 channel with the alpha tagging. So you can program it for one channel or you can program it for two channels. But this has the button developability for prepping. Yeah. So think of it this way. So anyways, look at that. The scanner is alpha tagging, and it works perfectly for the job of Red Cross and other analog channels. Now you can find a lot of channels that are unencrypted, right? The 30C, for example, is the next handheld. You can pay for like $110 for this one. It's 500 channel, but I don't think you get alpha tagging, but it does everything else. It just depends on what analog scanner and how much money you want to spend. It also does a lot. Fast or turbo search. That's about it. But thing is, you can program it by computer. You can also program it for 3 or 4 emergency codes, and it can be set just specifically for emergency management unless you want to listen to everything. Then you have to basically take account. And the last one is the 1010W, okay? The 1010W basically is a scanner that has built-in buttons. All you do is push button for ham, radio, fire, EMS. I think there's an FM radio built in too, but point is it's $80. Okay, that would be basically good if you're basically wanting to monitor only your Red Cross. Now, if you need FEMA, that's a different story, but let's just go to US. Okay, I want to see about I want nationwide frequencies. Here we go. Aircraft communications, common aviation, amateur radio, business groups, right? Events, federal. Okay, so for federal, right? Federal ones, I'm going to go through the federal ones real quick for you. Give me a second to use the toilet because this is very important. Okay. So as a prepper, you look at, oh, the wheel came off again. Oh, God. Okay. So as a prepper, you look at BATF, Bureau, or the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, right? All unencrypted. Yes, after the Waco thing, they kept their things unencrypted. But point is, that's the ATF. Coast Guard. Coast Guard is on AM band, so all AM band. So this is that. But if you have the nationwide VHF, it's phase 1. So if you look at it, do I see any encryption on the Coast Guard? No, I don't. So if you're in a water area, the Coast Guard is unencrypted, you see. Common Federal, okay, Common Federal. You got lower power Common Federal. You have analog and digital. Is there any of this? So you have both analog and digital. So phase 1 is what the common thing is, you see. So basically, if you're looking for certain things, customs and borders, right, that's also analog and digital. So again, you could buy yourself a Whistler currently. We're only on C's, by the way. We're not on D's yet. Or no, now we're there, okay. So here you got federal disaster, FEMA, and etc., right? Mobile emergency, etc. We talked about that. Immigration or ICE. So I'm going to speed this up because I think you're going to get to the point in a minute. NOAA, we know what NOAA is. National Weather Service, didn't know they had their own. Okay, so that's basically analog. Yeah, see that? And then you have the Secret Service down here, right? Secret Service. Okay, this is one of those channels, okay, that I can talk about. That's all encrypted. Okay, so look at here. Baker, Charlie, Mike, Oscar, Papa, Presidential Protection Division, Tango, VP Protection Division, and Sierra. All encrypted. So these means you cannot listen to it. It's all encrypted. President's motorcade, etc. Not that we want to listen to it. No one, it's against the law to do. Okay. National interoperability one, right? These are between phase 1 and analog. So if I go down here, right, federal law enforcement, national. So if I'm looking at this, right, the national. So we're in INS now. We're speeding this up, right? Military. You got civil air and common military, right? You're going to love this. So see, okay, so civil air patrol, right? Civil air patrol is somewhat encrypted and non-encrypted. So the ones that are, actually, let me look here. Okay, so civil air is all encrypted. You see that? All encrypted. Now, common military, all on, you guys are going to laugh at this, but it is all in analog. And so the miscellaneous stuff, then you got public safety, then you got railroad, and then you got that, right? So we're almost done on this part, right? Disaster response, Red Cross, ham radio. Citizen bands, well, that's free, so you can listen to it. Family radio service, all free. You can listen to those. GMRS, MERS, and wireless microphones. Okay, so wireless microphones are all analog. Didn't know that. Then you go down to public safety, all right? So common public safety, search and rescue, yada, 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 right? So it tells you right there. LoJack, law enforcement, blah, blah, blah. These are pretty much analog. Then you go down to the last one on the list, railroads, all right? So railroad frequencies are all here, right? They're analog, if you didn't know. So I'm just like halfway through it. Oh, wait. So AAR 307 to 487 is digital, the NXDN, which means you have to buy an NXDN channel. So they're starting to go digital with NXDN for safety things. Advanced train control system is analog. So the positive train controls analog. So the train telemetry is also analog. So what does that tell you? That tells you that as a prepper, you don't really need to buy much unless you're going to spend $300 for a trunking scanner. Now, I would recommend if you're really fixed on cash to go with the Whistler handheld, but if you want to really be cool, go spend $50-$60 more, get the Uniden, because the Uniden will do everything from phase 2 to phase 1. And if you're only using it for prepping purposes, then you don't have to worry about spending $800 for a trunking scanner. Yes, actually you can. You see, let me show you something, okay? Hold on. Yeah. You see, the secret is you can go in, right? Let me show you something, okay? I'm going to show you this, all right? This is cool, okay? So say I want to go into this, right? All right. I'm going to show you this, okay? Actually, I'm going to show you, okay? So the 436 and the 536 scanners that I have also uses the same same setup for the SDS 100 and 200, okay? They're easy to use, okay? So let me just show you this. I've never showed you this. Higgins is always like, oh, you need to show us something new. Well, I am, okay? Thanks, Kane. Let me post this comment to you real quick. So, Kane, are you ready for the prepping question of the day? Because I'm about to share with you a program in my window. Here you go, peeps. So, do you see this? Right? Let me open this for a second, okay? This is, I'm sorry if it's this, right? This is the Sentinel software, okay? This is so easy, right? Let me show you this, okay? So I got a favorite list, right? Favorite list shows Skagit County, right? Skagit County shows all this on the side here, right? We can't zoom in, sorry to say, but you got Skagit County. You got San Juan County. See, San Juan County's got very little frequencies, right? I had like 3 or 4 favorite lists, right? On the same Whatcom County, that's starting it, right? Then you have Island County, right? But then, say you want Rita Lee's playlist. As you know, I'm Rita Lee. So you see on the bottom here, this is everything. You got Justice Department, Skagit County, every county in eastern Washington, or western Washington, including Multnomah and Washington County, Oregon, picks up. But you got airports, businesses, refineries, the Boeing plants, the Department of Defense, when they're active. You have the Boeing wide area, Snohomish, King County, Alaskan Airlines, all the airlines from that. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, City of, all these things, right? The Doppler Building, King County Metro, everything here. So as I go south, I could probably pick up more Eastern Washington, but this has everything I need. Jefferson County, Talon County, et cetera, et cetera. This has everything that I want. Now, say I want to look up a database, right? All I do is this. And you're in Connecticut, right, Kane? So let's just go to Connecticut. Let me show you. See? Connecticut county systems. You got Fairfield systems, nationwide, statewide county. Hartford, nationwide, statewide county. Timerant. All these tell you all the codes right there. And all you have to do is put it in and then save it. Once you sit there and you do your thing, you can actually save it into the Sentinel processor. I mean, look at this. Higgins doesn't know this, but look at this. This is Michigan, right? Now, for example, here's Eaton. Yeah, I don't know what county he's in. I think he says he's in 3 different counties. So he's got 3 different tax codes. Okay, just joking here. So here's Eaton County, for example. All of Eaton, right? 3 of it, same thing, right? You go to statewide, nationwide county system. The county system says Eaton, airports, businesses, right? No, he could be in Ingham County, right? Again, Ingham County's right here, right? You go to county systems. Here's the county system for Ingham, see? Capital, yada, 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 right? T&W Electric, Public Service, Lansing, etc., right? And then you go to, say, another county. I can't remember what the other one is. But if you look at all the counties around him, right, all the codes are in here. So basically what you do is you can click up here, So you can go update master database. See, checking unit and server. See, for example, it's updating my software server right now. See, reconstructing full database. So I haven't updated my scanner in a while, but once you find the USB plug, I can plug it in and show you. It's a micro USB. I think so all you do is plug it in, and update, which takes 30 seconds to update the database. Which means you turn it on, plug it into a USB slot, and you do it. With thanks to the family and the other model, I could just basically pull out the memory card from my base station and plug it into my handheld, vice versa. So I still have dual copies. So I've cloned my, So basically, this software program right here is basically updating my full database, as you can see. And this has all the codes, because I'm on Sentinel, it has all the codes, my friend, for that. I can also do, finished updating full database. You're supposed to update it once a week, you see. So now you look at it, they've just updated the entire database. Oh, and by the way, the Sentinel software has everything in Canada too. So what's that tell you, my friends? Let me get out of this. So the Sentinel software is all you need. So I can load my scanner frequencies up. So your question has been answered, Mr. Kane. Yes. Now, if I look later, I might update my scanners today. Can you go on to those frequencies? Yes, exactly. So basically, the thing is, as long as you have this, let me show you something, Mr. Kane. Something you might find interesting. I'll give you guys the link. All right. So you go here. All right. The radio reference database, right? This has the codes for all 50 states and Canada. Here, let me give you a link, okay? As a prepper, this is going to be your best friend. So let me just show you this, okay? Let me give you this too, okay? Here's the database in full view, all right? So as a prepper, what you do is you do this, right? Let me show you this, okay? This is basically the full database of the Uniden, or any, I should say, Whistler, GRE, etc. Say any state you can think of, right? I live here. My family lives here. My father-in-law lives here. Brother Higgins lives here in Michigan, right? Zoe lives in Illinois. Tildor lives in North Dakota. You see, every place, my sister lives here. You see, everywhere you go, you can check out what's available. If you see an E next to it, it means it's encrypted. If you see FM or AM, it means it's analog. If you see something that says P2, P25, P2, that means phase 2. If you see P25, that means phase 1. So the government's using phase 1 trunking system. So you can buy phase 1 and you're good. But I would say for $50 or $60 more, you could literally live. See the radio right there, this whole database, right? Alaska and Hawaii is included. And then if you don't want that, you can look up Canada too. But you see where I'm going with this? This is the ultimate prepper's tool for knowing your thing. So, when Higgins says, oh, well, I want an SDS 200. You don't need an SDS 200. The main key ingredient here is for prepping purposes, you need something you can listen to. Now, if you want to listen to something at home all day, every day, buy a 200. But that's only if you have simulcast problems. Now, if you don't have simulcast problem, go with and use ProScan or the FreeScan. The FreeScan is another program you can use where you can program your scanner. It doesn't take that long to program. Scanner programming is fun. It just depends on how many frequencies you want to save and what you're going to do with it. Now, remember what I said. The government's about 80% digital phase 1 and 20% analog. So if you just want to hear what's going on with Red Cross, you buy yourself a $100 scanner and use it for emergency prepping. Now, if you're worried about prepping and you need something that you can listen to the governments that's not encrypted, you go with phase 1. If you just want a basic handheld scanner like phase 1, that'll do your job for government for prepping purposes. Now, if you want to spend $50 or $60 more, you can get in your prepping kit. You can get a unit in 325P2, which will work fully with everything you need for governments. It's going to listen to everything for a long time. I mean, look, I have a digital phase 2 Trunk Tracker 5 scanner, and those Trunk Tracker 5 scanners literally are used for the purpose of scanning. So I have a Trunk Tracker 3 scanner, the digital trunking scanner. I have 2 digital trunking scanners, and then I have 2 analog trunking scanners, and then I have 2 digital trunking scanners. Okay, family gave me the one, and so basically, as a prepper, you have to ask yourself for the digital trunking scanner, what's going to happen in the future, and that is, as long as it's not E for encrypted. So basically, Tildor says, I think it's time to play the Rita prepping drinking game. So every time I say prepping or preps, Tildor takes a shot of beer, I think it was. Or was it a... Oh, hold on. Did anyone see that My Cartoon President or Kavanaugh is like, we're going to do my favorite drinking game. The happy, sad game, and he was talking about drinking himself to death or whatever. So let's just do this. I think it's time to play the Rita prepping drinking game. Don't poke the polar bear. Okay. So as a prepper, you need to prep. Okay. And this is one of the ultimate prepping tools that you could do. I mean, I highly recommend for prepping purposes, just doing it. Now, Tildor said the STS 200 is child's play. I'm sorry to say, Tildor, but it's not STS, okay? Let me just tell you, because he spelled it wrong, so he's getting drunk. So let me basically show you again, all right? I'm going to show you again. Actually, I'm just going to go to it and then thing. It's called SDS. Hey, where the hell's my lists? Oh, here it is. My list went missing for some stupid reason. All right, there we go. All right, so the SDS 200. All right, I'm just going to basically post this, okay? All right, here you go. See? The SDS, right? It says child's play. I'm sorry to say, but the SDS isn't child's play. Actually, here you go. See? Here you go. SDS 200. Let me use the restroom because I'm not done yet. I also want to check on Chloe. She wants to go to the store today, apparently, so I want to see how she's doing. Because, we're on a good prepping thing today. So, come on. Go after dinner. Don't poke the polar bear, okay? So the SDS 200 is the flagship, okay? The problem with the SDS 200 is it's a base station scanner. So it basically turns around, right? And basically takes power. So if the power goes out, you have 3 options. You can basically make sure, that's why I always keep my scanners off at night, or if there's a windstorm, I turn off the scanner that has the memory card, so you don't corrupt the memory card, okay? So, Tildor said the SDS 200 is child's play. Well, I'm sorry to say, but you know what, Tildor? You keep talking about gift cards, right? Why don't you go into my my donation list. I'll give you the link, by the way, and go and buy some stuff. There's the SDS 200. There's the SDS. Is the SDS 200 even on my donation list? I'm doing this, by the way. I'm not a mooch, by the way. I'm just basically being funny, okay? Okay, copy link. Okay, so I got like microphones here, radiation detectors. I don't even know what I have. Steam cleaners, TVs. These are all fantasy items. Coffee grinder. I got to grind some coffee up since my grinder died. That's one of my purchases next month is a new coffee grinder. I'm also going to buy a handheld grinder, but somewhere down the list is CB radios, which I can tell you, unless you want to use a CB frequency, I put in the Midland radios as everyone requested. We were going to set up a base station. Oh yeah, here it is. It's on midway down on the list. You can look at this. There's the SDS 200. I guess the 200 ain't in there, but oh well. The 436 is apparently the SDS 200, I guess, is in my Christmas list, which if you guys want to see, I use the Christmas list as just an idea of that. I'll rename it Christmas list, whatever. But, the SDS 200, something, so, I'm not going to even, you know what? I'm not going to give you that link. You guys don't need it. I'm not a mooch, but my point is the SDS 200 is the flagship. So, you could say, well, what if I want to buy the flagship handheld model? Okay, so to my opinion, the handheld flagship model is not the SDS 200, okay? For one, let's just say you want to buy SDS 200, 100, right? 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 So say I want to, right? So here we go. So basically, here you go, right? So you're buying a unit in Bearcat warehouse, right? There's the extra larger replaces the battery, right? So it's costing $56 for a battery. So it's $56. You buy a battery, right? But you can only charge one battery at the time. Oh, here we go. So for $100, you get an extra battery and a battery charger. So for every $100, they'll sell you an additional battery charger. So say you need batteries for your scanner, right? Let me look. Accessory external battery charger kit, battery pack and drop-in charger, includes extended battery. Okay, so $100. So what you want to look up on Amazon is whatever is a SDS battery kit. So go SDS 100 battery kit. Now Higgins and I have talked about time and time again, right? So, is there a battery kit for the SDS 100? Nope. Apparently, they'll sell everything but. So, if we go unit in, here we go. $43, right? But they don't sell the battery kits. You got to go through actually unit in, Bearcat, or some other thing. So, basically, what I'm trying to tell you is when it comes to batteries, Higgins and I talked about the battery kits, right? We don't mind the battery kits. Let's just go up here and look at this. So you pay $100, you get a battery kit, etc. Right here, right? So basically, you unbox it and then you plug it in, right? A lot of people don't like the proprietary battery because what if one day your SDS 100 goes away like the dodo bird, right? You got your top of the line simulcast scanner that Higgins and I both agree the proprietary battery is what basically sinks it. Okay. Now let's talk about analog scanners for a minute. Okay. So say you can buy, there's 2 unit in scanners on the market, the 355N and the 365 CRS that literally has everything you need, but it's a base station scanner. You just plug it in and go, right? Now the 355N has the channels pre-programmed. You just push a button and it scans for what you needed. But if you want to manually program the 355N, it's a pain in the butt, right? As a prepper's tool. As you're prepping, you got to realize the 365 CRS takes a couple AA batteries as a backup, so you can use as base station or as a portable. But you got to learn how to program it. So programming is easy, right? And well, to a point, if you use FreeScan. And then, you got the next set of scanners, the handheld scanners and base station, right? You got so for unit ends, trunking scanner, you have the 15X. Again, the 15X is when it plugs into the wall. So as a prepper, you can use the trunking scanner only if you know what you're doing. You got a bigger antenna, you get it hooked up, you can listen to like half the state and half Canada on analog, as long as Canada uses analog. But as a prepper, say you want to go a little higher than your analog trunking scanner because you want to buy a trunking scanner and you want handheld. Well, that's where you go into digital, because unless you go and spend $300-400 for a handheld trunking scanner from eBay that sells something without a warranty, you might get a mint condition trunking scanner. It might work 30 years, even without a warranty. It's just how you treat your scanner, right? The problem is when it comes to your digital scanners, that's where you get to the point where a lot of people are saying, well, what do you do with analog? Well, if you're in an analog area, all you need is an analog trunking scanner, okay? Now, for me, I could take a 125 or 75 XLT, walk down to town, and hear everything I need. But if I'm going to go with for government listening, if you want to listen to unencrypted government messages, you need to use, as a prepper, a phase 1. Okay. Now, phase 1's not bad. You just plop $300 down or $259 for base station and then program it. You're good. And of course, natural disaster comes. You're going to want your base station phase 1 for your phase 1 areas if you're allocating it just for government. Now, if it's for emergencies only, you can just buy a phase 1 digital for $300 plus tax out the door, program it yourself on FreeScan, and you're done. Fortunately, a lot of people sit there and they want a little better one just in case the government changes to phase 2. That's where phase 2 comes in. Now, you can get phase 2, no problem. Now, if Higgins wanted to prep just for emergencies, for example, he'd go out and buy a 325P2, leave it in the box until the power goes out, slap in some batteries, and he'd be hearing FEMA. He would be hearing the Red Cross. He would be hearing anything on the ham bands. He would be hearing anything on the NASCAR. He'd be hearing everything he wants to hear but his local simulcast police department, because they're encrypted. Now, the secret to bypassing simulcast, by the way, is this. Okay, you guys got all these people, right? And they have simulcast. Now, if you don't want to worry about simulcast, right, while your scanner scanning in a simulcast area, you can cut your simulcast off by changing your attenuator. But the secret about simulcast is, let me put it to you this way in simple scanner terms. Okay, Higgins lives in a digital simulcast area. Higgins turns around and he's got this scanner and he's scanning all his frequencies, from tower to tower to tower, right? He's getting everything, right? He's like, oh, yeah, my SDS 200 is great, right? I can go in with a 436 or a 536 and go in and set up a playlist, as they call it, our favorites list. And it will scan every channel individually. And if I want to keep on a channel that's perfect, you hit stop. And it'll play whatever police department you're on. And if it is simulcast, more likely you won't basically be hearing the garble, because it's your scanner's cleaned up, because the simulcast ain't there because you got it set to a program. It's like out here. My scanner scans. Okay, I got digital scanners and I got analog scanners. The analog scanners in tune with the trunking scan, my handheld trunking scanners, but my playlist is scanning through. So unless it's scanning like 200 channels a second, right? So sometimes it doesn't sync up the digital scanner, because the digital scanner is picking up everything else in between. So it's like my scanner is picking up Anacortes, my other scanner is picking up Friday Harbor because it's programmed for Friday Harbor. The other scanner is picking up everything in between. So you might sit there and you might listen to Naval Kitsap one day, or Naval Woodby or, Naval Bremerton or, whatever, Naval Everett, all these Naval Puget Sound, or you might pick up the Marine band where they're talking cargo ships. I mean, the point is a scanner's there to pick up any type of traffic. So if it's not picking up anything, you could say, "Oh, well, my antenna ain't working." No, it just means your scanner traffic's not that good in the area. I mean, look, I've been telling Higgins from time and time again that the scanner frequency codes for ham is not good out here. I have my scanner. I got one. I got, you can set up, a lot of people say, well, how come you need multiple scanners, right? As a prepper, you could use one scanner for every frequency. So say you have an SDS, let's go from the bottom. Okay. Say you have your base station scanner, right? You have a 355 in your office and you pay $100 for it and you got an antenna. Then you got a second 355 in, and each scanner you can scan. One scanner can scan all the frequencies. All you do is push the buttons, right? But what if you wanted one scanner for CV and Marine, one scanner for air, and so you have each scanner scanning but not picking up anything except for police periodically? Then what? You say, oh, so out here it's dead as a noodle. Okay, cool. But somewhere else, like in Higgins area, he can have 6 or 8 SDS 200s, one running for police, one for fire, one for EMS, one for air. He can have an entire radio room devoted just to scan for each area, and he'd get more entertainment out of the multiple scanners as they're scanning down for every area. See, as a prepper, you could set your emergency preparedness or emergency prepping scanner to basically scan the more important emergency channels, and that's the So anywho, he's playing the Rita prepping drinking game again. How drunk are you? Tildor, comment, post comment on it, And so, the point is you preppers out there need to realize, Coffee Time with Rita is not just about, talking about prepping, but it's also talking about the tools you need to survive. I mean, literally, natural disaster, just slapping some batteries and go. You can use basic analog thing for Red Cross, and or if you're in a phase 1 digital area, buy phase 2, and you can sit there having your hot coffee with your power out, listening to your radio scanner for 6 or 8 hours and 2 double batteries going. Oh, that's interesting. You can hear accidents. You can hear, if your police are not simulcast, you can hear so much with a police scanner. It'll give you a sense of this weather's bad, an earthquake hit, but remember the encrypted channels, you can't listen, you can't hack into it. They don't have a scanner that will break into encryption. So that is why one of the tools I always keep telling you guys to invest in is a trunking scanner or a non-trunking scanner. I mean, you can go as cheap as you want on scanners, or you can go as much money as you want. It just depends on what you want to do. Now, Higgins has tried to program a Baofeng, and it didn't work because, it's a ham radio, so it doesn't pick up all the frequencies. But my point is you get what you get, Yeah, I can go on to anything, Kane. Let me just answer this again. I can go on to any frequencies on my radio on the trunking scanners. The more expensive scanners will go up to 1300 megahertz, so I can get everything except cellular transmission. That's illegal. Now, for non-conventional, non-trunking scanners, they go to 512 megahertz, so it goes up to that. Now, if you want to go higher than 512, you go and get like the 355 in, it goes up to 800 megahertz. Cell phones not included, so it picks up everything in between. So if you want a handheld that picks up everything that you think so, and then a better conventional, which is the 800 megahertz, are good. Most scanners that are Trunk Tracker 4 basically picks up everything at 1300 megahertz. So you're basically buying something that picks up everything. simulcast is a problem in areas, so you have to take into account. You want to use something. For me, I'd recommend, if you're not really interested in listening to idle chatter throughout the weeks and months, then get one that you can put in for just for your prepping purposes only. 325 or 996 is the way to go. 996P2 or the 325P2 would be perfect for your finances, and it would be good. Now, for me, of course, I want every scanner I can get my grubby hands on, but as Higgins says, well, you got a better handheld, so what's the point? That's true. So, but as a prepper, you got to ask yourself, what's going to happen, So, as a prepper, you need to prep. And another prepping tool you need to prep for is, do we get any new messages yet? I guess my entire day was shot because my sister says I need to cancel for night. Catch you next week. That's why I check my thing. That's why you check from time to time. I think that's funny, don't you? Your sister is literally canceling. Can you believe that? Well, I guess I'll tell Chloe that. You guys keep on prepping. I'll be right back. Don't use your temper against me. Kind of feels like, I don't know, peeps. It's one of those days, you think you're in a good mood, which you are for the most part. And then your sister messages you and says, I'm sorry. Anyways, I was just telling my sister. She's like, oh, my grandkids are here. That's cool and dandy. So, anyways, looks like there's no more comments because of it. Who's watching me? I know Higgins is doing something, and you guys aren't commenting. So, I don't know. Chloe was kind of being grouchy. But, she has a right to be grouchy to a point. Right, Mom? Yeah. So the reason for her being grouchy as well, she's kind of upset, I am too. Yeah. Coffee grinder broke. I got to ground up to 3 pounds of coffee for the next 3 weeks. Instead, I got to buy a grinder. So, anyways, as a prepper, you got to basically make sure you have everything you need for prepping. So, next month, I'm buying a coffee grinder so I can grind my coffee. Yeah, she was born male, so it's not her time of the month. All right. So, there you go. We're not going to even go there. All right. Thank God we have moderators that are taking care of these trolls because, frankly, I don't care. So Chloe's, as I just said to my sister, Chloe's going to be gone in the next 5 days. So from now until Friday, that's it. And if she can get medicated and get everything followed through, hopefully I can make arrangements for her to come back. But right now, it looks like there's no arrangements for her to come back because she's really pissing off the neighbors. So I'm hoping one of these days I can actually get down and relax and take a bath. Or at least have a bath and then go from there, So you guys were asking me earlier, someone was saying to me the SDS 200 or 100, what's the difference between that and the 436 and the 325 P2. They're all handheld systems, but problem is the 325 P2. The wheel pop up again. To a point where this damn thing, I'm gonna have to service my chair again. Basically, the proprietary battery basically is the problem. Where if the battery, they just continue the model, they basically turn around and they basically turn around, right? And the proprietary battery ever fails, it's like buying a new cell phone in a bag and finding out your cell phone is not literally able to be used anymore. That's why I was telling you guys the best part of having a handheld scanner is looking at the facts. For example, the 436 takes AA batteries. The 75 XLT or the 125 takes AA batteries. Which reminds me, I don't know what the Whistler handhelds take. I think the one Whistler's got a proprietary battery, the TRX1. I think. Let me look because people sometimes email me and they're like, "Oh, do you know anything about the TRX1?" Here we go. The TRX1. It's it says check availability. I don't care about that. I want to know about the battery power in it. Features. A lot of people say, "Oh, that one must take, it's got a rechargeable battery." It's a different story. Okay. Specs. Okay. TRX takes a battery, so it takes 4 AA batteries, so it's a battery hog. So, there you go. But the TRX1 isn't bad. It gives you a lot of bonuses, but let's just look at this one. The 1040, that's what we're talking about. The 1040, the handheld, right? The 1040 takes 4 AA batteries again, okay? So, they give you 4 AA batteries, so it's a battery hog. There you go. Now, let's go over to Uniden for a second. Go over to scanners because Higgins is complaining, oh, they don't want to lower the price. Uniden's number one. Why should they lower the price for Higgins? Let me look. If I can find a deal on Amazon, I'll buy it. And it comes with a warranty, so I know exactly what I'm doing. So we're going to look at the 30C, the 75, the AT 125, and the 325P2, okay? So these are handheld scanners I've been talking about, right? This one is a analog scanner, right? It comes with two AA batteries, so it will run on two rechargeable AA batteries or two alkaline batteries, so you're good. The 30C, it doesn't show anything about it. Let me see here. Should tell us right here, right? Okay, so so it doesn't say exactly what the 30C is. It might be two batteries. I don't remember. But they don't show you much pictures of it, They just show, belt clip and scanner. So a lot of you guys have to, I'll have to email Higgins with the 30C. I can probably find it on Amazon. So don't worry about that. The 125, of course, again, is like the AT 125. Comes with two batteries. So I'm assuming the 30C and the 325. So what we're going to do is go over to the 30C and the 325 real quick on Amazon. I'm looking at this real quick for you guys. That'll tell us exactly what we're looking for on battery take, because we know exactly if it tells us, then we don't have to worry about it. Here you go. So we got two scanners open. So basically it'll say right here if it does. Phase 2. Battery life depends on the delivered temperature, etc. So it doesn't tell you. I assume it takes two batteries, but it doesn't say. Yeah, so it's not telling us exactly. This just says phase 2. Oh, I'll Google it real quick. But, it doesn't really matter. The universal thing is it takes AA batteries. That's the main thing that I was trying to tell you guys. Power options. Two AA rechargeable 30C. So I assume the 325 takes AA batteries too. So you're all good, So basically, there you go. Do you have anything else to say, Mr. My Sanders, Mr. and Mrs. Sanders? Because frankly, I'm going to buy that crap. Oh, which reminds me, I need to check in with someone. Oh. There. Yep. So you know how it goes. Let me go Google the question. All right, so it takes two AA batteries by radio reference. Okay, cool. Oh, there you have it. Anyways, so for you preppers out there, the ultimate things is what you want to prep for. I'm here just to guide you. So basically, if you want to prep for natural disasters, if you want to prep for an EMP long term, I can help you with that. If you want to prep for nuclear attack, I can prep you with that. If you're prepping for a banking collapse, I can help you with that. It just depends on what you want. You can also email me any suggestions or concerns you have. You can find me in my About Me page because that's what I do. So that's something I want to say to you all. It's nice. And, as a prepper, you need to check out um, what's going on, in the world, and take baby steps. You still have some time to keep on prepping. It's just we really don't know when. All these people they're basically saying, "Oh, we're gonna die in 8." I saw something a couple of days ago where some guy was talking about we all are gonna die in the next 10 days. I heard that damn argument in July 1st where they say we're all going to die July 4th. Never happened. So, these doom and gloomer preppers out there aren't real preppers because they're basically making money off you guys. I'm giving you guys free content so you can understand, for the basic prepper, a single person that's single could basically get away with 2 weeks groceries for a natural disaster to 4 weeks. And I'd go 4 weeks. And then after that, I would go to long-term other issues. Yeah. Long-term, like I said, it's your water situation you need. Your water situation is the most important thing in the world that you need to prep for. Because as your water thing happens, a lot of you guys have, contacted me and said, well, what's going on with, the water situation? The thing is, you got to basically, make sure that if you're drinking 64 ounces of water in a situation where there's a nuclear attack, you're not going to be turning your 64 ounces of water into coffee. I don't even think Higgins would do that. He'd be drinking straight up water and complaining. Or if you really want something, they recommend water. But sometimes people buy those little pouches to put in their water. So remember the 8x8 rule. So if you need to drink 64 ounces of water a day, you could probably fill your whole bathtub up. Use purification tablets and drink that type of water. Or you can fill your bathtub up and use a Brita water filter to filter the water that's there, and then put it in your cooler and let it sit, and you can drink it that way. But the thing is, you also got to make sure, that your water pump's still working. So if your water pump's working, you don't need to worry about water. You have to worry about the other aspects like cooking your food and what foods prep. It's not easy because, with me, I basically believe in canned meats because canned meats will last a lot longer than anything else. Because, if you want to eat a can of soup, you can. You can eat a can of corn. You can eat a can of green beans. You can eat a lot of different foods. They're preserved, but, eventually you might have to basically ration your food too. Are you willing to ration it if you're running low? I mean, everything happens for a reason, everything happens for a reason. So, plain and simple. So, anyways. So, point being is the American people need to realize that, you got the prep for different various situations. You just don't prep for one situation. You prep for all situations and hope like hell you get out of for the best. Now, a lot of people say, oh, we don't want to live if there's a nuclear attack. Maybe, but what if the nuclear radiation doesn't get to where you live? And your power grid's gone. Well, you can still survive. You just got to, and your electronics are fine. It just means you're not going to be firing up your computer going, Mom, it's me, it is Mom. You might use your radio, but you also got to realize if you're going to use a handheld radio and you got rechargeable batteries in it, that eventually you'll have to dump the rechargeable batteries unless you want to charge the entire radios for 12 to 24 hours. So that's where you keep extra stacks of AA batteries in case you just don't want to have less batteries. You can even stockpile 10 years of batteries and go through them as like crazy. You can have your pocket TV running, but just remember, the pocket TV won't work even if you set it up as a portable TV with a external digital antenna and you got a converter and everything because it still ain't going to work. Why won't it work? Because, frankly, the news stations might be out of power too. So you have to take that into account, which means that If there's no power, that means your cell phone service ain't going on. I think it's Kane the other day. It said something about satellite phones. They're expensive. They're like $10 a minute if you're going to use it. Who are you going to call? Oh, hey, Mom, how are you doing? This is Higgins. I got my satellite phone. How are you? Till the battery goes dead. Then what? What do you do? Hey, Mom, how are you? This is Higgins. I'm on my radio. Yeah, I mean, literally, if I were a prepper out where Higgins is, I'd be stockpiling like I have been batteries, because basically batteries are key to surviving. If there is no EMP, or if there is no nuclear disaster. A nuclear disaster, your radios might work, but the radiation might interfere with the radio frequency, so you have to prepare for all situations. You don't just go buy a sat phone because you want one. I mean, literally, you don't want to call your family, "Hey, Higgins, how are you? I'm so bored." Remember what I said. You can spend hours upon hours if you can a library put together. You can read books. You can read manuals. You can read so many different things, but the radio is used as, let me put it this way. Someone said to me, well, what's the point of a CB radio? Okay, I'll tell you what a CB radio is for. Say power goes out, right? And there's a natural disaster, okay, and you were outside and you broke your arm or something, and your phone service ain't working. You can turn on channel 9 and say, I need a medical whatever, and they'll get to you eventually. Oh, broke arm or whatever. That's what channel 9's for emergencies. Whereas channel 19's for truckers. Now, truckers might not be using it, but a CB does come in that handy. MERS doesn't have an emergency frequency. FRS and GMRS doesn't have an emergency frequency. A ham radio will, but you can only use the ham radio if you have a broken arm or a medical emergency. Otherwise, you don't use a ham frequency. That's the thing. A lot of people, that's why you got to have backup communication. So a backup of a backup. If your cell phone doesn't work, you change over to CB. A lot of people say, oh, well, that's a good idea. You keep CB as an emergency for channel 9. A lot of people sit there and they don't think about it. The police will monitor channel 9 in case emergencies, even with a natural disaster like earthquakes, flash floods, fires, whatever. They'll have channel 9 ready to go in case you have an emergency that you need help. Now, if your phone doesn't work, the CB system will work. Now, if you have a ham radio, you can use it that way, but you better basically be saying you have an emergency. Now, if you're sitting there, hey, Mom, this natural disaster is great, isn't it, Mom? I could use my ham radio, Mom. And yet, the FCC can basically eventually triangulate and figure out who's using it and why they're using it, talk to the mom. You see, for example, there's people out there that don't care about the rules, but as a serious prepper like myself, and I'm not an armchair prepper, you got to realize channel 9 can come in handy. You can also buy yourself a base station CB radio and set it up in your office, and as long as you have a solar generator, it can power it enough to basically turn around and say, hey, we have an emergency. We got 4 people dead. They froze of hypothermia. What do we do? And they'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, we'll send the coroner as soon as we can. It's been noted. You see, hypothetically, the radio comes in handy for that reason. Now, remember, in Die Hard, they claimed they were using CB radios, but what they were using was Kenwood ham radios. So that's something that you need to know. So he was using a Kenwood radio, but he wasn't. So, and they're pretending it was a CB radio. So people was like, oh, walkie-talkies. But yeah, channel 9 is used for emergencies, and it's always been used for emergencies. So, so anywho, any comments? Because, it's 4:00 and I would like to get out of here eventually because it's almost 3 hours on the dot. I've been on here. So The water tank should be heated enough for me to climb into the tub and get a hot bath in today. So I can line my clothes up, and then afterwards I can watch reviews. Unless you guys want another episode of prepping today, you guys are going to have to tell me. Because usually I don't work on Sundays, but, commenter like our head commenter Tildor has been commenting, but Kane posted beginners, it's two weeks minimum, 4 weeks, but you got to also remember your water, so something like that. So just make sure you're prepped and ready to go, because I don't have any comments, so I think it's almost time for a bath. So but I think you guys get the ideas, and we didn't talk about Chloe at all. She's being grouchy, and people say, oh, it's the end of that time of the month. No, it isn't. I'll tell you real. Oh, yeah, and I told you guys before I go, I explained the whole Chloe thing, okay? In nice terms today, it's Sunday, okay? I don't want to piss off Chloe, okay? It goes like this. Let me use the bathroom real quick, because this is very important, because people tune in for the Chloe drama, too. Okay, peeps, here we go. People come in here and they tune in for the Chloe drama too. Fortunately, the Chloe drama is this morning. But Chloe's being grouchy. She has a reason to be grouchy. Mr. or Mrs. My Sanders says, oh, it's that time. It's Chloe's transgender, so she doesn't have periods. Okay. The reason Chloe's cranky, and you got to accept this as a prepper as well, is this. It's not about it's that time of the month. Yeah, I get those times of the month too. I'm grouchy. But here's the problem with Chloe. Okay. You got to think about Chloe's mentality, okay? We're not going to sit here and belittle Chloe today. It's Sunday, okay? But think of Chloe, for example, all right? Chloe is worried. Think about it. She's out between tomorrow and Friday to go to a mental hospital, right? I got to do some magic moves. And hope like hell, while I'm doing the magic moves, I can update you on the Chloe situation, okay? I'm trying to get Chloe to stay, okay? Well, it's not easy, all right? A lot of you basically don't understand the whole situation. The whole situation goes like this. You see, I'm about to take a bath, but Chloe's got a right. Chloe's got a right to worry. That's the thing. You guys sit here and say, oh, it's that beginning of the month or why she's cranky. No, Chloe's cranky for one reason. And I'm going to go out on a limb here because, I made a comment the other day, and, you all come to Chloe's aid and say, oh, Chloe, should stay with you. I'm working on it. Okay. It's really hard to work on it. But you see, Chloe's cranky because Chloe's worried. You see, I'm worried too. You see, the manager, turned around, and didn't research me yet. She tells me I got till June. We don't know what's going on. She thanked me for open communication, but she's also happy I'm trying to advocate for Chloe and trying to get Chloe medicated, but Chloe's not welcome to come back till she's medicated at least. So I got to get Chloe the phone. So why is Chloe cranky, everyone, today? And getting combative and cranky with me? Well, think about it. Chloe's got a reason to be cranky. Where's the phone? It's right here. I'm going to probably have Chloe sit there for a minute.
Possibly facing homelessness after a hospital.
You see, that's what I was going to explain. You see, Chloe could be possibly facing homelessness. And you guys sit there and say, Chloe needs to stay with me. How does Chloe stay with me? I'm working with the owners, the owner and the management team. You got a manager, which, by the way, Chloe's going to have to do something for herself when she's in Seattle. She's got missions to do. She's going to go get tobacco for me. She's going to go check on a new doggy, Shih Tzu, Havanese, whatever, Lhasa Apso or something. She's going to see which one. She's going to talk to the people and say which one barks less. So we have the right breed to retrain. When Moppy goes, we'll have a doggy there. But then, again, Chloe's sitting here talking to me while I'm talking to you. Why is she grouchy, bitchy, cranky? It's not about periods. It's about her fear. See, she's got this thing where she fears abandonment. And she's right now feeling abandoned because you got Advocate 1, you see, that put a NONCA trespass order against her for life. You got Advocate 2 that's hiding in the shadows. You got Advocate 3 that's back from vacation but can't get to her email yet to me. You got Advocate 4, who's the specialist at housing now, emailing me saying, oh, Advocate 3's back. She'll help you out with everything. And yet, you got Chloe, who knows damn good and well. Oh, yeah, papers. Okay.
Sometimes.
Damn good.
I'll take it.
I'm going to take a bath shortly while Chloe leaves. But, you see, I can do another update for you when I get out of the tub. Chloe will just if you need to call me, but I'm going to probably in the tub, so she'll just take it as an emergency. But think of it this way. Chloe's got to worry. She's got to worry about several things, people. She was going to leave between. You see, Monday and Friday. She said she wanted Thursday, but she's got till Friday to make a decision which day she's worried about payday. But at the same time, I'm worried too because think of what I got to do. Chloe's not sitting there. My manager has all these ideas, but I got to buy a new chair. Chloe didn't say, oh, take it out of the gift card thing. I got to buy one of those roller mat things because manager.
You can buy a chair with a gift card.
Well, let me just put it this way. I also got to pay $265 next month, which Chloe's asking me, where am I going to get that money? For the carpet cleaning. Manager wants this place spotless so the carpets are done the week of payday. It makes me feel like they're going to have me carpet clean and then not research me. That's why I told Chloe to go to Seattle to make sure that if she can set something up, I can go to the same place she is. But their requirements are a little different, so Chloe's going to have to figure that out too. She can go there first and then...
don't work out, then what I do is just keep trying other places and then head south.
Or you do whatever. Hold on. Kane says something. Tom Mon, the carpet is expensive. Tomorrow, Monday, Monday through Thursday, or Friday, but Chloe's thinking Thursday for payday reasons. But while we're talking about this whole situation, Chloe's got to worry about everything. I mean, think about it. I told Chloe I'd store her stuff here. And then if Chloe spent the money to ship me the suitcases, I would fill her suitcases up and everything she needs and bring it down.
The thing is, I don't want it shipped. I could come back up the island to ferry terminal.
Then I guess she missed the memo I just said. She buys and has the suitcases shipped to me. I'll fill up all of her stuff in suitcases and bring them down to the terminal or bring them down so she can take them with her and see Moppy. The point is she's going to have to think and plan carefully when she gets out of the hospital. The problem is she's got a lot to worry about, and I don't blame her.
Look, I can always talk to the courts to see if I could come here and get my stuff too.
That's only if they decided to do, the manager or others want to do something new. Otherwise, you just show up here, and say, I'm here to get my stuff, and that's it. The manager can't do a damn thing. The thing is the manager doesn't have a card to play.
The manager can't bar me from getting my stuff.
No. Unfortunately, the problem is while Chloe's in Seattle, she's got to go see the ACLU people because she knows she's been wronged. I mean, think about it. What is the one thing Chloe's been demanding with the manager for the last 7 weeks? to see the complaints. Where's the complaints? They're usually on the door. What do we get? Fire hazards. Fire hazards are averted. Now the manager's like, oh, all you got to do now is deep clean this apartment and have.
Only.
You see?
It's for my eyes only.
Mm-hmm.
The complaints. I don't have to tell you anything about. I'll just get rid of you.
Yes, and she also is now going to be the manager. The manager doesn't know the ACLU's been informed, and the ACLU says Chloe's transgendered. There's no complaints. They're running her up because she's no offense. In the ACLU's eyes, a trans woman that that's being discriminated because you can't show that. I mean, look, the neighbors are still asking for their complaint files for her eyes only. But think of what happened. Manager left Friday night off island for a whole 9 days. 9 days, by the way, to go to some conference for all the subsidized housing in the state of Washington. And yet, here's the kicker of it, people. The drama of it. While she's gone, 4 tenants were served to evict. 4. That tells you right there something's wrong if the management company scheduled this right after their court dates and everything else. Even my neighbor thinks that. But before I go off on a limb here, I can also do another short update when I get back from my tub. But my point is, because I need Chloe to line up my clothes, my point is this. You see, Chloe's got a lot to worry about. She's got to worry about her property. She's got to worry about where she's going to go if I can't pull this feather out of my cap. I got to make sure that here's the plan. Okay, I'm going to give you guys the entire sue the manager. That's what Chloe's going to do, my Sanders. Don't you understand this? Chloe right now has been told to leave. I'm working with the management company to avert this problem where she's homeless, okay? You see, the problem is Chloe went in. Okay, the manager has 4-strike policy here for notices, right? If you see, Chloe went to the manager, right? I'm going to tell you, my Sanders, the whole fucking story real quick because I want a bath, okay? And Chloe knows I want a bath. I've been dirty for a week. You see, when it comes to Chloe knows there's, you see, there's a 4-strike system. We only got 1 strike in the last 12 months. I looked up my documents. What for? Fire hazards. That's it. And the place was dirty. They're already saying Chloe shouldn't be living here because she can't even maintain a house. The manager walked into Chloe's room in the inspection and said, oh my God, no wonder why you got flies and it stinks in here. It's Chloe's room. What is Chloe doing? Bullying a bit, yes. But you see, I passed the inspection. I got to allocate 2 hours a day when Chloe leaves to clean this place fucking spotless again while she's in the hospital. While working with management to keep her here and get recerted. The problem is they don't want Chloe here because to Chloe ran up the hill. It's all over Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook that she's basically screaming at a former tenant at the top of her lungs. I have the video on my phone. If that doesn't take cut the mustard, then you got the manager who went in, and I talked to the manager between October and November of 2022, and I asked the manager, will you research Chloe? And she says, I don't think so, because everyone's fed up. Chloe's loud, tuba, and tempered. They got that video from a neighbor who recorded Chloe waking up every tenant in the building or in the complex. They're all fed up with Chloe. Now, the advocate says, oh, everyone met their match with Chloe. Really? You know what it is? It's discrimination against mental illness. Mental illness, transgendered mental illness patient. But they can claim that Chloe's not even trying. Her therapist says, oh, I gave Chloe homework, but Chloe's too dumb to do it or too lazy to do it. So what's the point? Chloe has, you know what the therapist said? Chloe got so mad she wanted to rip the therapist out from her chair the one time I met her face to face. The other 2 times was on video. Chloe wanted to rip her through the computer because she said, Chloe, you need to follow rules. If you can't follow rules, you deserve to be homeless. And yet, what homework? Oh, you need to breathing technique when your temper is flaming. Or Chloe's attitude is, I'm going to bed. Okay. But you see, they claim, they say, oh, Chloe had many times to get medicated and she didn't take it. Or she threw away the IOP program. You know why, you see, she threw away the IOP program? The lady wanted to evict me from my own home. Chloe said, fuck you. Rita ain't going to be thrown out with Moppy because you want me to have a 2-bedroom I don't fucking qualify for. So what Chloe did, she posted a letter about manager playing favorites. You know what the manager likes about me? I'll tell you what the fucking manager likes about me. And Chloe doesn't like me saying the manager's been fair to me. I told the manager the other day she's fair to me because I turned around and said, there's rumors going around you're going to evict me next. Manager said, absolutely not. You qualified for everything. We're just trying to get our specialists together, but we all have to go to this conference. So if your rent's full price, just make sure to talk to your advocates in case. All right. So I left messages 3 times this week in email. Meanwhile, I told the manager, you're going to have to give me some time for the steam cleaning of the carpets because I don't have $265. She says Chloe owes half that carpet because Chloe's at fault for not taking Moppy out enough. So Chloe should be paying it. Then she's talking about going to court, supposedly, hypothetically, and taking Chloe to small claims court and leaving me out of it for damaging the doors and damaging the carpets and damaging other things out of anger.
If she does that, I'm just going to leave the state.
And I said, well, what are you going to get out of it? You can't garnish Social Security checks. See? So it's worthless. I said, I can make arrangements with Chloe that she can pay me back out of her check, and I'll repair everything. So you know what? The manager doesn't care if the place goes to shits for a reason. Chloe and I have been talking about the caulking next to the tub where the caulking's completely wore out 3 years ago. They won't replace it. They won't even caulk the toilet. That tells you right there all you need to know about the management's repair team. They say they'll repair things when Chloe's gone, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. That's what I call a form of bullying.
And if I get on meds, they're not going to let me back in anyways.
That's not what the owner said, or the owner of the management company said.
Well,
but
the manager here doesn't want me here, so that's why.
The manager doesn't get to make the decision.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the owner. The owner wants proof. Chloe made a deal a while ago about proof. And look what happened. Oh, you're going to line my clothes up before you go? Cool.
I'm making that deal now, and I'm going to
You see, Chloe was offered to stay here 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, if she went to the mental health clinic here and got medicated. When everything went sour, the manager said, I can't control Chloe. This is the first manager we had. She resigned because she couldn't control Chloe. The other managers did inspections, but they couldn't find anything wrong with Chloe. There's no complaints between manager Judy, manager Michelle, and manager, I can't remember the thing. We had 5 managers in 5 years. The 5th manager's been here 18 months, and she claims there's too many complaints against Chloe. But they also don't want me living with someone who's loud and obnoxious either, is what I understand. So look what they did. Neighbors complained too much. Manager emailed me and said, I'm on vacation, but I understand you got a so point being is, think about it. Harness it. Yeah, well, Chloe's going to. But the thing is, she also wants to sue the Advocate 3, because if you didn't know my Sanders, and I guess I'm going to have to show you this again because you aren't paying attention, I want you to look at what I call play on words. Okay, I always look for words. And you could sit there and say, well, what's play on words got to do with Chloe? I'm going to show you an email, an excerpt from an email. I'm going to cut and paste an email excerpt. Then my Sanders and anyone watching this, I want you to tell me your opinion of Advocate 3's. See, this is the email. I said, do you have a plan on what you're going to do to Chloe? She says this right here. Read that and weep. And I'll send you the other renewing part. My Sanders. You see, here's something that is an excerpt from Advocate 3. Read that. Play on words right there in the damn truth nugget. Yeah, you guys, See, then she says that she's now not allowed to renew, right? Let me put it to you this way. Let me show you something. Right there. See the truth nugget from Advocate 3. I don't have a plan other than not allow her to renew the lease in April with you. You lined my clothes up already? Cool.
I will be, yeah. The advocates don't want me here.
Then it says, but I'm assuming you and or Jessica can decide that she's not allowed to renew. Now, let me tell you my side of the story. When I went to the manager's office, she didn't even give me a choice of renewing Chloe. See? And I think you should do what needs to be done to have her removed on the lease in April. Yeah. And yet, see, I'm giving you guys some highlights. Here you go. Another email excerpt. See? Allowed. I never got to make the decision. Manager just told Chloe no. She's not recerting her when Chloe flipped her lid and told the manager to F off. You see? Removed in April. You want to see another email? Because these emails are all full of truth nuggets. Yeah, so technically, See, how about this email? Letter for research, but the requirements, complaints, I think, is listed there. There was no complaints in the research. If Chloe leaves, I've told the manager we can keep it very quiet. She was good with that. So if Chloe leaves, that was her answer right there. Thanks. If Chloe leaves, see when you get back. If Chloe leaves, then I've told Jessica that we can help with keeping the place clean and we're very quiet. Yeah, the manager already said we have open communications, but she was happy that Chloe's going to a mental hospital. So, see, it says here that I don't think she will recertify what things to do to cleaning noise, but she will give you information, right? She didn't give me any information. She just said fire hazards. I still got that fire hazard info. How about this? Here's another one. I don't think she's willing to recertify both their things are right now due to several lease violating, noise, cleaning, etc. That's all because of Chloe. Manager already said, you, Rita, have accommodated to me. Say if Chloe leaves. If Chloe doesn't leave, I'm not sure how it works. You see? So what I need to and then she posts this, right? Let me read you the rest of the email, right? This is interesting, see? You, Rita, have the accommodation for 2 bedrooms. Chloe leaves. If Chloe doesn't leave, I don't know how it's going to work. She already forced Chloe to sign herself off the lease. And this would be the perfect opportunity where you say you don't want a Chloe on the lease. Yeah, see? On the lease. And this would be an opportunity for Chloe on the lease. You see? These are truth nuggets. I've never said anything. I went into the research and the manager I had an advocate with me because the advocate didn't want me to ask questions. They made sure that the advocate was there. And then the manager said, well, you're somewhat disabled. I can help you advocate for yourself because you have let me see. Is it, saw the email about the manager. Right, here we go. She's definitely not messing around anymore. It's not a limit with Chloe, not just you. Yeah, not just you. That's what she said. Not just you. You see? Right there. See? Not just you. Oh, really? That's interesting. So they made the decision for me that Chloe hasn't been researched. Why? Well, let's see. Chloe went to Advocate 1's office. Got a no trespass order for life. Went to Advocate 2's office, 2, 3, and 4's office. Told them they're all commie bastards, just like the first one. That didn't go too well. Another one. Sounds like I will talk to the manager as well and get some questions answered. She left me a message saying Chloe doesn't want to live there, so Chloe needs to be as a mom for a bit. Mom doesn't want to know her. You want to see what Mom said about Chloe? You see, Chloe's worried because she burned all her bridges. You see? Mom for a bit. Interesting. So she needs to see her mom for a bit. Yeah. So what else can we talk about? Well, let's go and show you what dear old mom had to say in her emails about her child, Chloe. I can't take Tate back. He won't come here, lies to me when arguments are made, and is abusive as well. Abusive as well. Interesting. This is coming from dear old mom. And you guys like the drama. This is from mom. As well. I was not finished, but, like I said, I won't get involved any longer. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about what happens. Tate made his own bed. So, your old mom doesn't accept Chloe as a woman, but the emails basically say volumes. She says, yes, it's got to be tough kind of love thing. We have a lot going on in the world. We're not going to be able to save the day. I tried so many times, I just can't anymore. I just can't anymore. So many times, I just can't anymore. Yeah, see? Here you go, peeps. What's that tell you? Is there anything else that she said? Because I want to share with you everything. Nope, guess not. Oh, yeah, there might be something down there. Nope. See here, how's this? Rita, I'm out of jail for my anniversary. Not going to Tate goes to jail. That might be the best thing for him now. Okay, then it says here. Best thing. So mom thinks they should be in jail. Also, I've sworn I'm going to be a bad guy and come distant. Sorry, my mental health comes, so does yours. You see? And then all you people push back. Oh, Chloe needs, and we'll talk about this. Any more coffee? Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. See? So does mine. My mental health must have a thing. So for you, Mr. My Sanders, my question to you is, now that you've seen some of the context, I want to ask you a question if you're still watching. What do you make of it? What do you make of it? And so does yours. The S didn't come out, but you get the idea. So what do you make of it? Well, I guess my Sanders doesn't want to say anything. Bullying, yeah, see, I tell the story almost once every few days, and people just don't understand. Plain and simple. Come on, how you doing? Good. I love all of you, my friends. Dinner is about to happen soon, and I'm still here. So you guys got to give me some leeway. How much milk do we have here? Oh, great. And the soy is almost empty. Oh, God, we're going to be in trouble. Let's dump some white milk in. There we go. So, is Mr. or Mr. My Sanders going to comment? Because I'm about to take a bath if you don't comment soon. You got the entire story. Told the manager to F off. What would you do, huh? She claims that there was 4 years of complaints. Okay, that's cool. Manager and I have a good working relationship. We can't see the complaints. That's fine by me. Why do you think, oh, I'm being hard on Chloe and I'm throwing Chloe out? I'm not the one that told the manager to blow off. Oh, God. Look at this. Apparently, I took a big old gulp of coffee. Dirty clothes coming up. So, anyone have any comments? That's from Advocate 3 and Advocate 4. Or Advocate 3. Advocate 4 I saved, where she says everything's going to go smooth on my lease. Right. Cool. Sounds good to me. But in the meantime, I want to hear what you guys got to say. So, what's that tell you, my friends? Any comments? Any concerns? No? Well, let me answer this while we're waiting for a comment. The carpet is expensive, yeah. And you heard Chloe. She doesn't want to pay for anything. She has 3 months of internet. She spins out, and, people say, oh, you got to be gentle with Chloe. Really? So Chloe's causing flies to live in here. She won't take the trash out. She wants to live in filth, and then the management wants to throw her out for it. Management has the rights. She signed the lease saying she'd keep this place spotless. She can't do it. A lot of you guys have sat there and emailed me, and, I've made comments, and I've made things in my my live stream, like this. Like, for example, you go to my channel, right? And you go to my community channel. And my community channel says, do you think Chloe needs a caretaker? 2 votes, 50-50 so far. We're going to keep it open. A lot of people, including Zoe, thinks Chloe needs a caretaker. Tildor thinks she needs a caretaker. Do you think Chloe should go to a mental hospital or live in a mental hospital? 67% think they do. That's 6 votes. Halfway house, a group home, assisted living, or homeless on the streets. Again, we're going to be talking about this when Cactus Blossom joins us soon. Meanwhile, everything else, and why do I do this? To get you, the preppers, to understand. There's people out there that seen my channels, knows my channel. Sue the manager, that's what Chloe's going to do, my Sanders. But she's got to get to Seattle. If she goes to a homeless shelter, she can sue from there. She'll have access to the ACLU. If she goes to a mental hospital and then goes to the all women's home. And by the way, I've said this time and time again. Even Kane was with me when I said she doesn't meet the core requirements. You have to be motivated. Chloe ain't motivated in anything except for gaming. She's not motivated for anything else. And I'm not going to be negative on Sunday, but Chloe's also narcissistic. She only thinks about herself. Discrimination and bullying, yes, but manager gave us 1 eviction warning in here and gave it to us twice about the fire hazard. I had to literally bust my ass and get 95% of this place clean. She opened up Chloe's door and said, oh my God, no wonder why Chloe's got to go. I asked her specifically, if I make a deal, well, can you research Chloe if she goes to mental hospital? She said, that's up to the management. That deal was once given, and that deal was once breached. So, because Chloe didn't want to be medicated, she told them all to fuck off as soon as she got her house approved for another 12 months. The owner at the time, who's now retiring, his son's the owner, said, quote unquote, you could stay if you get me a letter for the treadmill. I did. I followed the protocol. And guess what? Manager didn't even give it. She turned and told Chloe 4 years of complaints. I want to see those complaints, but it's for her eyes only. You heard Chloe's own opinion. For her eyes only. Now, you've read everything I gave you for advocates, my Saunders. I'd like to know your opinion. There you go. Kane answered for you because I guess my Saunders is a chicken. My Saunders is reading my my messages and saying, "Oh, you see, they wanted her gone." Think of Advocate 1. They put a no trespass order for life. Think of Advocate 2, 3, and 4. The director doesn't want to help her anymore because Chloe basically turned around and attacked her. They also know that Chloe doesn't want me having anything new like a bed. So while I had the coronavirus, Chloe thought it was great. I don't get a new bed because Chloe didn't want to fold that bed up, and that bed can't be folded anyway. So what we had to do, I had to move the damn bed. This bed, which I got to make up again, that bed, I had to literally move it 12 inches away from the damn heater. And yet, you all sit there and say, "Oh, well, you know, it's okay." They just want Chloe. What about Chloe's mom, Ken? What do you think of Chloe's mom and her answers? Chloe's, I mean, look at this one. If you read this one, right? Well, read this one. I can't take Tate back. He won't come here. Lies to me when arrangements are arranged. Yeah, he lied. She's been to the airport, train station, bus station so many times, and is abusive here as well. Think about it. So you got my Saunders saying, "Oh, it's discrimination and bullying." But what's Chloe doing, huh? Chloe turns around, makes a threat. Sheriff's been informed. Oh, she threatened a former government employee by cutting off their heads. She threatened to get rid of the neighbors next door, all because the neighbors are pounding on the wall. Well, I asked the manager specifically in an open communications. She says, "I'll talk to them." Yeah, think about it. Chloe's mom gave up when Chloe burned her bridge. Chloe's like, "You got to take me back, Mom. You have to fucking take me back." And then Blanche says, "Oh, I'm a boozer." Her money's running out because Chloe's drinking booze. And then Chloe says, "Oh, when you're gone, Rita, you're going to be a motherfucking drunk again." "I won't. I'm going to walk Moppy and then go in. You think I'm going to waddle down to the store for a jug of booze? No. My advocate says they'll give me milk. They'll give me anything I need, but not booze. And they said they would give me my tobacco, but they're not going to get booze." I mean, unless I want a celebratory drink on my birthday, it ain't going to happen, you see. The point being is the American people need to realize that, you know, Chloe, you guys come here for Chloe drama, right? You heard it from Chloe's mouth today. You heard it from Mr. Kane or Mrs. Kane. You're male or female, Kane, so I can just say Mr. Kane. You heard from them. Chloe, they don't want Chloe around. Advocate 1 basically found a way to get rid of Chloe. Advocate 2 basically is in the hidden. And Advocate 3 is the one that wrote those things. My only plan is to make sure Chloe doesn't research on the same lease as you. You know what? I'll tell you something. Male. Okay, Mr. Kane. So Mr. Kane's completely right because think of this, commenting it. They just want Chloe gone. You see, the point is, the American people need to realize, you tune into my channel for the Chloe drama, needs to know, as Kane said yesterday, what was it you said yesterday? Only a few more days to deal with Chloe? Yeah. But the thing is, you guys keep pressuring me to take Chloe back. You guys keep saying Chloe needs to live with me. But here's a big question here. I got to use the can for a second, but I want to ask you a serious question in front of Kane. Kane, maybe you'd like to answer this for me. Since you have earned your moderator status, why do you think my Sanders, Mint, and the others? I mean, look, remember the real Cynthia? She said, and I quote, "What if Chloe goes postal at her new place?" Well, you and I broke down the requirements. Chloe doesn't meet the requirements for an all-female. They can accept her as being a female, but they want someone that's going to get a job, okay? So here's the question while I use the bathroom, Mr. Kane. Why do you think Mint and my Saunders and the rest of these Chloe-loving hicks, rednecks, turd nuggets that loves Chloe so much, why do you think they think Chloe needs to stay with me? Do I look like a caretaker? No, I'm not calling you real guys hicks or caretakers, but my question to you is, why are you so worried about Chloe? Tell me. Why? What did Chloe do What is Chloe? Why do you want Chloe to live here? That's the thing. I've done everything I can. I was sitting right there, right here in this chair, and the manager was in that blue chair, right there, that blue chair. And I asked her, Chloe goes to a mental hospital. Can Chloe stay? She said, no, we've offered that deal. You can make a deal with the owner and the management company and see where it goes. But no, absolutely not. When I talked to the manager the other day, she said specifically, I'm glad you're getting Chloe to a mental hospital. Maybe she'll realize she hit rock bottom when she comes out. She's fucking homeless because she's destroyed property. She's destroyed the apartment. They literally want to charge me $300 for them to fix the plumbing because Chloe is putting coffee grounds, tobacco, and pig fat in the drains, and it broke the pipes. Now if the pipes break all the way at the end of the apartment and flood some apartment, they're going to blame Chloe for putting bacon grease, cow fat in the toilets again. Coffee grounds, whatever. They know Chloe can't basically do it. Her answer is throw it down the toilet. If it breaks a pipe, it's not her problem. It's the management. She can claim it. Pipes froze. But when they find tobacco juice and anything else, they'll be like, oh, who comes first? They know I'm a dipper. But they also know, right? He use the bathroom. They also know Chloe's the problem. Hey, Mom, how you doing, son? What's that here? Don't take a leak from my hand, Mom. There we go, people. So, did Kane or anyone post any comments when I was gone? Nope. He just said mail. So, when Chloe gets back, I guess take a bath. But here's the problem, okay? The problem is the manager doesn't want people to complain about a funny smell. Flies living here. Chloe basically screaming and yelling because she wants to fucking jack off and play her computer games. Now, I said I'd be not negative today, but I'm just telling you what the manager wants. The manager doesn't want someone screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs because Chloe is too disabled. That thing. Chloe's mom thought it was a great idea. The state was going to take her and put her in a special home for people like her. Chloe turned around and said, fuck you. I'm not going to take $75 a month. So the lady said, okay, you can be homeless then. We tried to save you from being homeless. Instead, you chose the option to be homeless. You see, the problem is Chloe turns around. And Chloe claims she's too depressed, right? That's her front, as her therapist said. That's her front for I'm told to say what I can't do, and then her therapist says get a caretaker. Rita will take care of me. Now the therapist is like, so Rita's gonna take care of you, but you burned all your bridges. You didn't follow the rules. Chloe thought the rules didn't apply to her. And then the management company and the police and the sheriff and others are finding out that Chloe's abusive. Hospital once said my dog's aggressive. Truth is, it wasn't aggression. They didn't want Chloe there mopping because Chloe's the aggressive one every time. Well, what are you doing? How come you're not taking care of Rita, you fuckers? So they're tired of Chloe. But if I ended up there by myself and moppy, they would have to do something, you see. Problem is you preppers need to realize that there's preppers and there's the Chloe lovers that want to see the drama. Me? I've already told you time and time again, right, Kane? The story is about to come to a close. Full closure. What are you guys going to do then? Attack Cactus Blossom when she's being interviewed and stuff? She's going to tell you exactly what she had to do to get rid of Chloe. Because Chloe's doing the same crap. Put holes in the walls. Holes in the doors. All this crap. And yet, you guys say, oh, well, Chloe's too disabled. Chloe wasn't disabled when she got fired. She was basically fired because she wanted everyone to call her, not sir. She got canned. She started controlling Cactus's life. Cactus had damages. She had to pay out of her own damn pocket. You think someone who's mentally ill shouldn't pay for damages? I'm sorry, but someone who's mentally ill should be fucking paying damages. Think about it. You fucking pay for damages. You don't sit there, put a big hole in the door, and the manager says, Chloe's going to have to pay this. Chloe won't. Chloe's like, well, fuck you. If you're evicting me, I'm going to basically tell you to fuck off, right? Turned around and told me 3 months rent. She deserves for everyone to take care of her. She deserves free internet. She deserves free rent. She deserves free everything. What type of attitude is that? Well, do it. Do you, my Saunders, owe her shit? No. Does she owe 3 months of internet? Yes, to me. Does she owe me $75,000 because she spent 6 years of my money? I told her I'd drop it down to $50,000 if it made her feel better, just to basically get it done. But she doesn't want to pay anything. And yet, this halfway house turns around and says, "Oh, you need to have a job." She's on disability. You know what I did? One day, Chloe was out and about. I called them up. I asked them, what's your requirements for transgendered people? Oh, well, so I have to go get a job. I said, what if I'm thrown out of my home, hypothetically, because of my temper, because I told my manager to F off, and yet I'm on disability? She said, how many warnings did you get? I said, let me put it to you this way. I'm not the one who was thrown out, okay? I'm calling to get your requirements for 2 reasons. For YouTube, and to make a point. The lady was the most kindest lady in the world. She says, well, people that are disabled, we don't want to deal with them because people that are on disability, usually mentally ill, they're too much problems. We want someone who's sober for 3 months. That's a good luck. They lie through your teeth and say they're sober when they're drunk, And then I said, on top of that, I didn't give them the name or anything. I was on top of that, they have no motivation at all. Not to even clean. So that's one reason they got evicted. Clean. They can't clean. People say, oh, it's my fault. Really? So when I did the does Chloe need a caretaker or not card, that was asking, does Chloe truly need a caretaker? Because frankly, it seems she does. Because she can't live. Her mom said the same thing. Maybe Chloe needs to go to jail. Should I post that comment off again? Right here. See, look at this. I'm out of town for my anniversary. Happy anniversary, Mom. Not much I can do. Tate goes to jail, then might be the best thing for now. Yeah, she was hoping he'd go to jail. Then they basically take Chloe and throw Chloe into a group home because Chloe can't maintain the temper. But her therapist said, well, you had offers all the time. Man, the therapist already contacted the right people. She knows the story. Therapist says you basically broke every rule in the book and then expected us to basically bail you out. Rita can't keep bailing you out because Rita has to live somewhere. So you guys turn around and come to my channel and say, oh, like this. Where's this one comment you guys posted 3 hours ago, right? You should prep for Chloe too. Mint. Sorry, Mr. or Mrs. Mint. I don't think I'm going to prep for Chloe. I'm prepping for myself because everything I buy in my preps, Chloe won't touch. She's allergic to cheese. She doesn't like caffeine. Blah, blah, blah. She doesn't like Spam that much. So then you got my Saunders. He's like, oh, well, you got this and you got that and yada, 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 right? Think about it. Once you guys get the information from Cactus Blossom, you might be able, and then my side of the story, you might basically realize that Chloe's not good for anyone. All right. I'm just a friend to Chloe, but I can't just be sent and be used and abused for Chloe's amusement or because Chloe doesn't want to pay for something. I mean, look, over the years, 6 years, I've had to buy toilet paper, paper towels. I had to go hungry. I had to live on ramen for the whole time me and Chloe were together in Moses Lake pretty much, except for holidays. Chloe was eating everything else. And yet, you guys say, oh, well, Chloe deserves it, really. So what if I turned around and I lived with K-Mint or my Saunders and ate all their food and did the same crap Chloe did? Then I would basically, they'd ask me to leave too, you see. I didn't ask Chloe to leave. The management company made the decision to have Chloe removed. Plain and simple. The advocates and the truth nuggets. When I started putting pieces together, I started saving the emails. Why? For proof. Proof for what? Because Chloe, they didn't want it. I mean, let me see. They just want Chloe gone. Now, Kane already heard the argument with Chloe the one night, walking up the hill and screaming, yelling at the blood at the top of their lungs. I got off. I was playing a game, so I got my headphones off to use the toilet. I turned the scanner on, and Chloe was basically on the damn scanner. Why? Telling the damn police officer he's a faggot. I don't know if he's gay or not, but that was Chloe's own exact words. Sorry. Chloe's basically against Mexicans. She calls them beaners and spicks. Wops and Dagos. She called the manager Wops and Dagos and the neighbors Beaner, Spicks, Redneck, Hill Jacks. Then she tells, and I don't know if this is Chloe or not, but Chloe turned around and in the police blog, they got one person that matches the description of Chloe. You know what it says? It said something about, oh, they updated this again. Wow. Did they update this again? I think unless it went up again. Let me see here. No, this is the same one. 12:26:21 a.m. San Juan deputies responded to a citizen dispute. It was determined that an individual made statements to a group of people based on their sexual orientation that were threatening in nature. The deputy's report was sent to the prosecutor's office for a charging decision for a hate crime. You see, right there, for a hate crime. This meets all the criteria of Chloe. But this was Thursday. This was 10 days ago. Chloe basically, let me just share this with you. See? Threatening in nature. The deputy's report was sent to the prosecuting office for a charging decision for a hate crime. Yeah, see? What's that tell you, people? This sounds like Chloe, but we don't know. It just says CAA, case closed. But that's it. So we don't know what day, Yeah. So basically, you got all these things, prosecuting office, this, and this, and yet, whatever it was, no one knows, you see. Sent to the prosecuting see? So if you want to back someone who's got mental illness, who basically is racist and think and is paranoid that the states around the red states are going to take away transgendered hormones, and because of the whatchamacallit such and such whatever, then you gotta think, if Chloe's this paranoid, then there's something wrong. Her sex change doesn't revolve around people. Her mental illness. Her mom basically said on the ferry when I met her face to face and had lunch. Chloe's using the meth. Chloe's basically a ticking time bomb. Her mom said, "What's the mental hospital going to do? It's going to medicate her. The energy company is going to find out, and then she's going to blow her stack again. It's like the real Cynthia 2 said. She'll be evicted again, and then I'm stuck with dealing with this crap a second time." You got to think about my situation here. Point is you got to think about my situation. Yes. But no, you guys sit there and say, "Oh, what about Chloe?" Well, what about Chloe? I mean, let me put it to you this way. Well, let's look at Chloe's mom thing again. Lies to me when arrangements moves and abusive, right? One of her emails, I can't, did I even post? No, I didn't. Where her mom states, Chloe lies, she cheats, she steals. Do I want a liar, a cheater, and a stealer? I mean, literally, the thing is, Chloe's paranoid because, she knows from, I heard the manager the other day. Let me tell you the manager side of things. So the manager's here talking to me, and she says, "I heard rumors." This was the manager's own wording. I know it's not rumors. But Chloe does all the grocery shopping, and I heard from detectives and deputies that they're investigating why your money is depleted and why Chloe's draining your account. Well, they say, "Oh, I gave Chloe my card, or I give her cash, she spends it." Problem is, they're investigating because they wonder why, Chloe does these things. I mean, literally, like the other day, sheriff asked me, "How many charges do you have that's unaccounted for?" 13. Small charges. So I asked Chloe, "Oh, I don't know." They asked her, "Where's the receipt?" Chloe's like, "They didn't give me one." So what did they do? They go to the grocery store. They said, "See this picture? Do you give receipts?" "Oh, yeah." What's Chloe do? They're now trying to find out if Chloe's been throwing them in around the garbage cans around town or whatever, because they don't know why I'm not getting the actual receipts. I'm only seeing stuff on my bank statement. And yet people say, "Oh, well, Chloe steals." Everyone in town knows it. She pulls out 2 debit cards, and then, like the other day, let me tell you this story. The other day I was at the in town. Oh, she was in town, right? Getting tobacco. Chloe calls me, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was on with you guys, remember?" I said, "Sorry about what?" "Well, I charged your card for my pizzas. I'm going to eat them when I get to the ferry terminal." Well, I had food poisoning because she got home. The pizza was 3.5 years old, which they say after 2 hours gives food poisoning. I didn't know this. So father said, "Don't eat it." Right? I ate it anyways. I got sick. Chloe, of course, was crying and everything else. "Oh, here's your card." And then what she did, then she used my card again and again and again for other things. Soups and everything else. And then I finally said to her, "Well, why is my card down to $2?" "Oh, whoa, So Chloe leaving When you guys hear Cactus Blossom and my true story coming up, you guys are going to be amazed at how we had to deal with this freeloading mooch. Now, I always make jokes that Higgins is a freeloading mooch, but deep down, Higgins is not a freeloading mooch. We know the definition of a freeloading mooch, and that is not Chloe. Higgins. Chloe, of course, steals, lies. I mean, literally, I had to look at the manager's face and say, can you please tell me in your own exact words? No, I'm not recording you. My camera's not on. For me to you, as you're like a little sister to me, what the hell happened? She says, oh, yeah. So Chloe went in. I told her I'm not restarting. Oh, that makes sense. Then Chloe says, why? And I said, well, there's 4 years of complaints. Chloe says, I demand to see it. I said, my eyes only. She got combative with me and said she hates this fucking island. This island's a piece of shit island. Everyone's out to get her. They want to attack the real women of the world. Trans women are real women, and trans women are more women than freaking a genetic women that could pop a baby out. And goes on and on and on. She said my religion was almost snapping at that point. She says, I can see you're a real woman, Rita. So I said, well, little sister, tell me. The breaking straw was when Chloe told me to fuck off. I had to make a report to the management company, and I had to let the law enforcement know. Then I emailed you saying that this behavior is not good for Chloe, but we know you aren't at fault. This basically showed Chloe's true colors. Manager said her true colors came out. I already got a heads up anyways. So I contacted Advocate 3's office and said, heads up, Chloe's might be on her way there. They yell again. They were on alert. Then a few days later, I went into the office, and right when I was leaving, my little radio was on my thing. And she says, Rita, would you be a doll and radio Chloe and say, I'm coming over to sign her off the lease? At that point, I said, okay. Then I sat there thinking on my way home. And Chloe was calling her every name under the sun. Beaner, Wop, Spick, Dago, you name it. Chloe was verbally saying it on the radio. As I was walking, the sheriff stopped me. One of the sheriffs I know. And he says, hey, Rita, I don't see you out much. I says, oh, give me about 6 to 8 weeks. You'll see more of me, less Chloe. Oh, that's great. That's great. As I was moping, he heard Chloe on the radio calling the manager, Wop, Dago, Spick. He says, is this a FRS or GMRS? I says, it's a hybrid. He's like, if any little kids are on that channel, that's considered a violation of blah, blah rules. I don't care. So, then Chloe tells me, while I'm walking the sheriff, trying to walk, sheriff's there. Chloe's like, I told the manager to fuck off and date her fucking self. I'm going out when you get back to get some booze, okay? Manager, the manager already left, so the sheriff is like, the manager was like, oh, you want to ride? No, I'll walk. She didn't understand until she realized I'm not allowed out of my house. So you got detectives looking out why I don't leave my house. Chloe won't let me. Where do I go? 2 is you got Chloe controlling everything. And then Chloe gets mad at one little thing and flips her lid on everything. Tells you right there where things are. And then Chloe says, well, I'm not a man. I don't wear the pants in the family. Seems you do. You can wear a wife beater and be a wife beater, and the wife beater would get in line. But you know what? Cactus Blossom are going to tell it like it is, because frankly, you guys need to know the story with Cactus Blossom coming up, because Cactus Blossom is very excited to be here, and she's going to be very excited to tell her side of the story completely of everything Chloe has done in Arizona. And then you, the viewers, can make the comments, if you wish, on live what you think of Cactus Blossom. Then, while Cactus Blossom is reading the screen and helping me out, I will be telling you my side of the story for 6 years. Because I keep everything dated and memorized on Word doc and uploaded to my drive, because I'm not going to lose any information. Why? Because this is the problem you have to have. Think about it. 6 years for what? for someone who lies, cheats, steals, does things that are wrong. I mean, look, I had moderators challenge Chloe. Chloe basically turned around. Police didn't do a damn thing where we used to live. They didn't care. Now they got so many damn rules that say you have to basically be destroying property. Which Chloe destroyed property right in here. What happened? Police didn't touch her. They sent me off to a roach motel. That'll be part of the story soon. But you get the idea. Chloe turned around. Damaged property. Manager said, look at the damaged property. We had a pipe that broke. The pipe under the sink broke. Why? Because Chloe kept dumping her dip in there. Her dip and dip juice. She thinks it'll just travel through the pipes freely. Pipes broke. Manager wanted to charge us for it. They still can't. Something broke. What happens? Then the manager wants an inspection. Chloe calls her a freaking dago and what? Because she's inspecting us. Why? Because the manager has the right to inspect if she thinks this place ain't being kept up. Then when she does get in to find out, place is spotless for me, but Chloe's room is a fucking nasty fucking pit of garbage and flies. She wants Chloe gone. Think about it. Who's the problem here? Not me. I mean, I've given Chloe many, many chances. Dishwasher breaks, she doesn't want to do anything. We need a new dishwasher. Fork out the $400. I can't do it because it's my money and I need it for my booze and my whatever, her hot bar. Yeah, me and Zoe were talking about that a lot of times. Hot bar. I hope Zoe comes back. Hope Zoe joins us when Cactus is here because, Zoe will understand Cactus Blossom completely. See, I've been through hell and back. So when the manager turned around and told Chloe no, I was like, oh well. But for you guys, you're like, oh, Chloe needs to stay there. They can't. She could sue him. Let me put it this way. I'm a God-fearing person. But God gave Chloe a case that's worth millions. I've already lined her up lawyers. She gets to Seattle. Problem is, she's got a case. Where's the first thing in the lawsuit? Where's the files, right? One lawyer got a hold of the files and said, we're not taking the case because, the housing issue because Chloe violated. But you know what the truth is? I'll tell you what the truth is. Truth isn't that Chloe's was violated and they didn't want to take Chloe's case. The thing is they know there's two people on the lease. You see, when they pull up Chloe's background check in the last case, they know Chloe's the violent one. The one that abuses people, steals from people, lies to people. Chloe left. They said, oh, well, you're on your own because, you brought it upon yourself. I emailed a person I know that was looking into Chloe's case. Someone I know that did my housing, helped me with my house. He literally stated, see, I have connections everywhere. Said, no, we're not taking the case because the manager sent us the files. He said, if you wanted to fight for Chloe, go for it. But we're not doing it because, see all the complaints? We're not blaming Rita for any of this. We're blaming fucking loudmouth man in a dress Chloe with a tuba going, all right, motherfucker. And yet, throws a temper tantrum, throws a fit, eats everything. Oh, great. We got rotting water in here now. Fuck, thanks to Chloe. Hold on a sec, peeps. So now I gotta go and undrain all of this because of it. See, look at this. I mean, Chloe left this place. There's flies buzzing around in here. I mean, literally. The manager's like, dirty stink water is going to... I mean, I gotta find out why the sink is clogged. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't throw the coffee grounds in there. Really? Ugh. What the fuck am I putting my hand in? Dirt water that I don't even know what the hell's going on here? What the fuck is in here, Chloe? Beans, rotting tomatoes, noodles. What the fuck? Don't you even think there's a clock? See, look at this. It won't even drain because of the son of a bitch. It's going to take me forever to unclog this drain with a sink plunger. Literally. then I gotta go wash my hands. You see that? I mean, literally, she had like rotting bacon and stuff in here, and she doesn't even think. And then you guys turn around and say, "Oh, but Chloe needs really." What Chloe needs is for me to fucking mop. Okay. Finally. Okay, here we go. So, the bottom line is for you preppers out there, the people listening to the Chloe drama, it goes like this. Okay, you tune in for the Chloe drama stuff too. It goes like this. Chloe's got a lawsuit. Advocate 4 was in there to make sure that Chloe's lease was not reasserted. That's a fact. Management company didn't tell me, except in August to November, that the only way Chloe could be taken off the lease if the son of a bitch, in the manager's own words, the son of a bitch was arrested. Otherwise, there's nothing on the lease to keep her off of it. So then she starts getting worse and worse in March, going to advocate's office, calling him names, screaming and yelling. Chloe's on the scanner. You know what was the worst thing in the world about this whole Chloe ordeal? Want to know? Waking up one morning and having a neighbor of mine, Zoe calls her the Connors, message me and say, "Oh, is this Chloe?" And I'm watching this video on my phone going, "Oh my God." Chloe screaming and yelling and screaming and yelling. And yet, manager says, "Oh, everyone knows about it. You don't know about it because Chloe doesn't tell you these things. And because you're basically a shut-in, you're basically being told what it is. Oh, they're just after me because I'm a woman and they don't like me because I'm a woman." Truth is in the pudding, people. Think about it. Even Tildor knows. The gold nugget or the truth nuggets in the pudding. Think about it. All of a sudden, Chloe's mom comes out and defends me and says, "You have to protect your mental capacity. Otherwise, you'll have strokes and heart attacks. My stress level is going down. Every day it's getting better and better because Chloe's going bye-bye." Yeah. And yet, you guys want to sit there and say to me, "Oh, you need to protect Chloe." How do I protect Chloe, people, when Chloe basically burned her own damn bridges? You heard the emails from her mom. The advocate's only plan was to not let Chloe reassert. Let me put it to you this way. Let me go back to this. I don't have a plan other than not to allow her to renew the lease in April with you. Her plan, not mine. I was told this until 2 days or 3 days before my research. I said, "What is your plan?" I actually asked her in an email. This was her answer. Then she says, "The manager and I can make the decision not to renew." I went in there. The manager already said Chloe's not being renewed. She didn't tell me why. And when she was sitting here after that, 9 days later, after my first research, I have one more to go to get the rent caught up to the new price. She said, and I quote, Chloe told me to fuck off. Chloe already admitted that, but she didn't tell me. Chloe basically did her hand, gave the bird, you see. So the point is as I said to you guys, I will be taking a bath shortly, but, she's not allowed to renew, me and I didn't get to make the decision. You see, Advocate 1 wanted a restraining order. I didn't give it. So what did they do? They did backup plan 2. Chloe's not being reasserted. Yeah, let's not reassert Chloe. And then she says, "Oh, and I think you need to be done with her, remove her from the lease in April." I didn't have a choice. Chloe knows I didn't have a choice. That's the thing. They didn't give me a choice. And then you got Chloe leaves, and I told the management I'd help you keep the place clean and be very quiet, really very quiet. Hold on a second. I don't think she's willing to recertify you both in things right now in a separate lease violation. Oh, yeah, lease violation. Cleaning and noise. Always the problem with cleaning and the noise. What's this? Hey, did you get the coffee today? Yeah, I could have just got a can of coffee for like $4.99 instead of happy. Oh, yeah, well, we're running out of milk. I might need soy milk pretty much longer. Anyways, we'll get through this, Chloe. Anyways, so Chloe got some cheap tomato paste for tonight's supper, which is chicken parmigiano, which I'm getting hungry for. So, you have a 2-bedroom, you would be able to say if Chloe leaves. If Chloe leaves. Chloe's already planning to leave between tomorrow and Friday. She said Thursday's her time. The opportunity to say if you don't want to have Chloe leave. I didn't have to make a decision because they made it for me. They literally made it for me. The recertifying, she's definitely not messing around anymore. Sounds like a lot of folks have had their limit with Chloe, not just you. She left me a message saying Chloe doesn't want to live here, so it sounds like Chloe needs to come up, plan, leave. Maybe she needs to go to her mom for a bit. Well, Kane and I already talked. You think she's going to go to her mom? Her mom's emails. I can't take Tate back. He won't come here. Lies to me when arrangements are made, and abusive. He's always. And Chloe's mom's opinion, she always lies, cheats, and steals. Yeah. Like I said, I won't get any longer. Take care of yourself. Don't worry what happens. He made his own bed, okay? Yes, it's got to be tough love kind of thing. We have a lot going here. Blah, 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 Russian. I just can't do it anymore. So her mom's giving up. Her dad doesn't want to talk. If Chloe goes to jail, it might be the best thing. See, all these play on words is right there. See? They just want Chloe gone. Now, I'm going to tell you guys a little surprise, okay? Now, I'm going to go talk to Chloe for a minute. We have 5 people. Now, you guys got to give me some time, okay? Kane, you 5 people, you've seen enough of the live stream chats. You can go through the live stream. I'm going to go talk to Chloe for a second. I'm going to talk to Chloe. Get in there. Talk to Chloe. See, Mop, this is the crap I gotta go through. Anyways, anyone of you guys want to comment or not? Because I want to leave, okay? Kane, I'm going to do a quick poll, okay? A quick poll. Okay, let me do a quick poll for you guys. It goes like this. Ooh, notify me. Yeah, I'm going to watch that because that looks cool. Oh, yeah, Governor Inslee for our state. Oh, I hope the Supreme Court gets their fingers burned and backs off abortion. That just basically fuels them more. See? It's the crap you got to read, people. Okay, so here we go. Here's a poll today. I'm going to ask a poll. Since there's 3 people and no one's commenting. Shall I return live after my bath? 1. Yes. 2. No. There you go. You see? Once you do this and the poll's up, that'll tell you exactly what you guys want. And by the way, I've been here for 4 hours and 18 minutes, so I'm going to give you a few minutes, okay? I want a bath. Chloe knows I want dinner, and I want to watch reviews the rest of the night, which won't get done if I keep doing these long videos. And Chloe's already refusing anything until I get done with YouTube. So you guys got to think carefully of this poll. And yet, all you Chloe lovers out there going, oh, well, you're going to protect Chloe. I'm trying, okay? But there's not a damn thing I can do if Chloe's not willing to come halfway. That's the manager's own answers. I mean, literally. And I'm not trying to be little Chloe. I'm not. Chloe, it's Sunday. I don't want to be little Chloe. I'm just telling you as it is. Asked about coffee. She's like, oh, if I didn't have that, you can get a can of coffee. It could be the cheapest coffee. I mean, literally. Oh, do we have any more emergency coffee that's dry? Or did I give it up to that old lady that was like 3 years old? Look. No, there's not much in ground coffee. Oh, wait. What's this? Those are my soup. Oh, I didn't know I had my soup still here. Oh, yeah, I can eat those and be happy. Woohoo! I got soups here. Been wanting that creamy chicken duckling again. I was going to buy it in case. No, guess I don't have much in coffee left in ground coffee, so don't worry about it. That's the thing. Coffee grinder broke. Okay, so my point is, we've done everything we can. Yeah, so, and with 3 of you basically standing around literally not commenting, I think I could just leave because we're done with prepping unless you have something to say. Kane, I bet you went out to lunch. Higgins, he ain't going to spend 5 hours watching this. I don't know if he would or wouldn't, but I got reviews to watch. And, you guys are sitting here watching me for some stupid reason, Maybe what I need to do is just finally get off of here and leave. Yeah, because you guys aren't doing any good. I'm going to come back if I wish. Yeah. Because frankly, we've covered everything I can think of. What is an STS 200? What is it exactly? Science and technology 200. So he says science technology is child's play. A canticle for Lebowitz. So handle torque deflating beam. Whatever. So it's science. Anyways. You see, let me tell you what's going on, okay? While I wait for this poll, and I'm taking a bath because I really want a hot bath, okay? It goes like this. You see, you all sit there and say, oh, I got to defend Chloe. I got to do this. How can I defend someone? And how do I say this? Chloe's worried about being homeless. She has a right to. But does she have a right to snap at anyone? No. This is just adding more fuel to the fire, people. And because of it, you guys got to realize that she's angry because of things. I mean, think about it. What I might do is I might log off, okay, take a bath, and when I get back, hopefully Chloe will get this place clean, and I can explain to you in a shorter video what Chloe's bothering her. She already explained it to a point. She's homeless. She's going to be homeless if she doesn't get things moving. Think about it. She's worried about a property. I mean, she, and when I get back with my live feed, right? I got an idea. Let me just talk to Chloe for 1 second. I think I know how to handle this. Okay. Okay, people, here's my plan, okay? I'm going to sit down tonight in part 2 of my channel today after my bath. While Chloe's doing the dishes, she's doing all the dishes, and making dinner, and then I'm going to make a cleaning list for her in the planner for the next 5 days. She leaves Friday morning. That's her deadline. And that time, she's going to have this entire place clean. And then I'm going to tell you when my bath water is done and my bath is done, how I'm going to be taking care of Chloe. So you guys better stay tuned because this is very important. You see, I'm not just basically someone here sitting around thinking about something like Tildor going along, like gift cards galore. I'm actually, Tildor, his gift card thing he talks about, it's all talk, right? He's a prepper, and if he wants me to do it. However, I will be doing a contest probably the beginning of the month where if any of you guys email me and put your name into the hat, I will basically use a random name generator to win. One person that wins a $25 Amazon gift card is what I think I'm going to do this month. And I'll give Higgins his money too. But my point is, I want you guys to listen. This isn't about you tuning in for gift cards. It's about the plan, okay? But I need to get clean. I haven't had a bath in a week, okay? 1 week, Sunday to Sunday. Soon I will have baths every day. But right now I don't do it because the water bill's so damn high. And the fact that I'm not allowed to take a bath but once a week. See? Another thing you guys got to think about. So, for some of you out there that's tuning in, I want you guys to realize that when I come back and I'm dressed in my jammies, you guys are going to sit there. These have got to be thrown in the dirty clothes. That's why I have plenty of socks and underwear. The only thing I change daily is underwear and socks. My pants, 1 week. My shirt, 1 week. You can understand how smelly it is because, frankly, I'm not allowed to do much around here. Reason I can't clean? Because she won't let me. And so, I'm going to tell you in my video plan, in part 2, how I'm going to handle Chloe. She burned her bridges with her mom, her dad, her grandpaps, her grandmas. I'm going to tell you exactly how I'm going to save Chloe or try to save Chloe. It's not going to be easy. That's the thing. You guys sit here and think, oh, well, you need to save Chloe. Really? I want to ask you guys a question. Maybe you guys want to comment when I'm away. Comment and question goes like this. How many people out there in this world? How many people out there in this world would really save Chloe? How would you do it? That's the question right here. How would you save Chloe? You think the ACLU may or may not take the case? We know they will. Thing is what are they going to look for? I mean, you got an advocate who basically says her only plan is to not let Chloe there. Management company is saying in a courtroom the other day, oh, Rita doesn't want to have Chloe recerted. I didn't get the choice. So think about it. What's that tell you, people? Do I get a choice in anything? No, I don't get a choice taking a bath. I don't get a choice of anything. Last night, I'll tell you a choice. You know what I made a choice of? I'll tell you another thing that was really bad last night, right? Chloe's sitting around doing her. And I'm sitting there. She's got her door closed. We know what she's doing. And I turned, and she comes out. She says, what are you doing? I grabbed 2 dry ramen packs and had dinner. I'm not going to wait for 8 hours for her to fucking cook. She doesn't want to cook, so dry ramen. She's like, oh, well, what are we going to have? The ham, the second ham, the third ham, when you fucking get the dishes done. Most of these dishes are from fucking Easter. She's like, oh, I'm too disabled, I can't do it. Okay, cool. So you tell me, how do I save Chloe? That's your question, because when I come back, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to do it, and it may or may not work. It's like trying to keep the Titanic afloat. It's not going to be easy, but I want you guys to weigh in on the live feed because a lot of you are subscribing for prepping and Chloe things. And a lot of you are coming back after Chloe has. The thing is, you all sit there and you attack me. Oh, Chloe's mentally disabled, can't do this. Really? So I'm supposed to be her caretaker. I'm supposed to basically scrub her ass and buy the toilet paper and paper towels and let her basically sit there and spend all my money not doing anything. Well, I'm trying to save her. Thing is, I don't think there's a way to save Chloe, but I will try. And so, as 4 hours and 30's passed now, I'm gonna log off after I check the thing, because even if you guys have not commented on my channel on the poll, I'm going to leave and I'm coming back after my video. Why? Because I have a plan and I want to share you my plan, and my plan is very important. My plan is very important, so I need to take a bath, scrub. I don't know, 12 minutes, no comments, fine. In poll 0-0, that works. So there we go. So I'm going to be back soon. So please subscribe, please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion, hit the like, subscribe button, so some fun for the family, including the dogs, the cats, the bunnies, the service dogs, service bunnies. Hit the bell notification, thumbs up button, subscribe button, keep the comments nice. Always ask, thank you, and God bless you in everything you do.